If I could ask everyone to take their seats straight away, please. Thank you so much. So, Excellencies, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. We have a lot to get through this afternoon, but we really appreciate you all taking the time, from some near and some from not so near, for being with us at this important symposium, and tomorrow a visit to Auschwitz-Birkenau. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation affecting Jewish communities across Europe right now is the worst it's been since the Second World War. We thought it useful to set the scene of today's discussion, to watch a short video together to give everyone a sense of exactly what it is that we're talking about. Yossi?
This is the last time things were this bad. We said, never again. But here we are, again.
Israel is a terrorist state!
Dozens of Jewish graves were desecrated in this cemetery in southern Belgium. Beatings and assaults have also been reported.
Fils de pute! Charmota! كنت عقلك الزمن الطندرة لا ميك إسرائيل الزب
The facts don't lie, and these numbers are just the tip of the iceberg. Incredibly, the worst pogrom since World War II, October 7th, led to a huge increase in Jew hatred. They tried to say anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism were different. They are not. Others understood.
An old evil is resurfacing in Europe.
Child killers, poisoners, capitalists, communists, controllers, usurpers, colonialists. The oldest hatred doesn't die. It just adapts. It fits whatever is happening in the world. The war in Gaza means every Jew in Europe is a target for hate. Because we support the world's only Jewish state, we are denied the right to exist. They attack us. They insult us. They spit on us. Because we are Jews. Never again, ladies and gentlemen, never again is now.
I think we can all agree that's a tough watch, ladies and gentlemen. To formally open the symposium, it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage the chairman of the European Jewish Association, Rabbi Menachem Margolin. Rabbi Margolin, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I want to thank you all for being with us today. I know life is busy, and therefore your commitment to be with us today means a lot to us. I would like to ask you a question, if I may. Do any guests in this room feel that their life is in actual danger? Anyone? 3 people. 3 people in this room feel that their life is in actual danger. I got another question for you. How many of you wonder if you will be still living, if you are safe in your own house, and if you will be living in your own house in 3 years from now? Then we have already 8 people. But most of you were shaking your heads. But this is exactly what I would like to speak to you about today. You see, history has a very special power. History is powerful because history is here also to prepare us for the future as well. And always, ladies and gentlemen, always, evil and hatred that spread against the Jews was only an introduction to a wave of hatred that spread against many others. I know that people normally do not like to make changes. People normally, we tell ourselves stories in order to not move. We tell ourselves that everything is all right and everything will be all right because we do not want to do anything which might shake our families. And that's the reason that only 4 people raised their hands when I ask if you feel that your life is in actual danger. Because if it has been this way for thousands of years, that hatred started with the Jews, but then continued, there is no reason to think that it will not happen again this time. For this reason, the situation facing the Jewish people is the best alarm the world has. So today we meet to discuss the dangers to our society, the dangers of anti-Semitism, the dangers of hatred. It is on our streets, it is in the classrooms, it is on campuses, it is everywhere. The situation of the Jewish people in Europe today is the worst it has been since the Kristallnacht. And these are words, ladies and gentlemen, that Jews should ever have to say in 2024. However, if I'm honest, sitting here today and discussing this issue today feels a bit like sitting and discussing different options for insurance policies for a house in order to save a house, except in this case that the house is already on fire. Friends, we have already long passed the stage of warning and prophecies. Today, Jews are openly attacked every single day in too many countries in Europe. And the attackers, if you ask, no, the attackers, if they are sentenced, it is for a very, very short time, if at all, or let back out within hours. Freedom of speech, one of the most important rights that we all so much appreciate. How important it is, freedom of speech, right? Do we all agree that freedom of speech is important? It's fundamental. But freedom of speech, ladies and gentlemen, is insulted, is abused, and it's used in order to spread hatred against too many people. We are currently in a court case with a Belgian writer who openly talked about sticking a knife in the throat of every Jew he comes across. Such an obvious case, what would you think? A writer that writes that he would like to stab every Jew that he sees should be an obvious case, but unfortunately it is not. We cannot, in today's openly anti-Semitic climate, to be sure of anything anymore. Tomorrow we visit Auschwitz. I am sure that the 6 million murdered Jews would be horrified that Europe is heading down the darkest path again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are today in an anti-Semitism emergency. And emergency times call for emergencies measures. This is why the European Jewish Association is today calling the European Union and member states to declare an immediate 6-month emergency period to combat anti-Semitism. This period would mean a higher level of protection for Jewish communities across Europe, but it would also mean bringing in special measures. Today, public events and protests have become carnival of hates. Everything goes and everything can be said about Jews. During this 6 months that we are asking for, the only way to stop this hate will be if this properly regulate public events. Before a protest can take place, it should have pre-authorization, but most important, the organizers should be forced to sign a code of conduct and language. And we need an appointment of dedicated legal resources for those that break these rules. We must ban and punish anti-Semitic expressions that incite hate. If we do not, we know the next step. Lastly and obviously, Jewish areas need much more visible and much stronger security presence at this time. I say to you again, Europe is in the middle of the worst anti-Semitism crisis since World War II. It is a tragedy that Jews in Europe find themselves in this situation. I can tell you that right now, every Jewish community is waiting for the worst. Every 15 minutes in Europe, another anti-Semitic incident is taking place. We are all asking when a real European political response will come. When, for God's sake, enough is enough. What else needs to be done for European governments to understand that words are not enough? For us, the answer is clear. It is today. It is not tomorrow. It is not next week. It is today. Government across Europe must declare an anti-Semitism emergency. And they must call it before it is too late. So far, I would like to end. So far, due to our experience and long history, we were correct in all our prophecies. Let me share another prophecy with you. If our call today will not be answered, we will start to see the exodus of Jews from Europe and the end of Jewish life on this continent. That means that Europe will lose an important part of its history, rich culture, and the very significant contribution of the Jewish people to European society. If this happens, it will be a sign for you all that Europe is about to fall again. I'm sorry to be pessimistic, but I'm not. We are here today because we believe in action. We believe that if we will be all united and take real actions, we can change the situation and Europe could be greater again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi Margolin. A sobering assessment. For some of you, this might be your first experience of being with us at the European Jewish Association, and certainly your first point of contact may well have been with our next speaker, a dear colleague of mine and our Director of EU Relations, Ruth Paskalopoulou Isaac, who's going to share a few words about the EGA with you now. Thank you. Ruth, please.
Your Excellencies, dear guests, we want to welcome you once again at the European Jewish Association annual delegation to Auschwitz. My name is Ruth Dascalopoulou Isaac. I have the honor and the privilege of having two surnames, one Greek and one Jewish. I love both. I warmly welcome you to this delegation, and as our chairman just said, we really appreciate your time and your commitment to be here. For many of you, this will be the first time that you are at the EJA event, and I take this opportunity to introduce a little bit about our organization and what we do. We are based in Brussels. The European Jewish Association is a leading Jewish organization in Europe, and we have also offices in Paris, Berlin, London, and Israel, of course. We represent and advocate for hundreds of communities across the continent, from Porto to Paris, and obviously here in Poland. Our communities are the reason why we exist. They are the lifeblood of any Jewish future of Europe. We serve as the Jewish voice of Europe for the fight against antisemitism, for Holocaust memory, and in protecting the religious freedom and the current and future prosperity of the Jewish life in Europe. This also includes defending the right and the faith and the customs of Jewish people, including circumcision and ritual slaughter, caused slaughter, basically. Among our many activities every year, the European Jewish Association brings hundreds of senior politicians, diplomats, journalists, of course, and many important other guests, including yourselves, such as yourselves, to a visit here in Auschwitz and to take part in a symposium against antisemitism. We also organize major events and briefings, including our annual conference in different capitals around Europe. We work at the highest level, at the European political level, and we count many presidents, prime ministers, ministers, members of parliament, and other friends as our partners in the work that we do. Given the current situation in Europe and the level of threat that Jewish people are facing, we created a European Leaders Forum for Combating Antisemitism, which is, the chair is actually the former, it's called the former president, but you're not supposed to call him a former president. He's the 10th president of the State of Israel, His Excellency Rivlin. And together with him, we also have a former Prime Minister Manuel Valls from France, Stefan Löfven from Sweden, Matteo Renzi from Italy, the former Chancellor of Austria, Sebastian Kurz, also former President of the European Parliament, Hans-Gert Pöttering, and former President of the Bundestag, Dr. Lambert, and many more among them. We also have the Jewish Leaders Council, which they meet and discuss and organize the advocacy and our goals. Some of our council leaders include Chief Rabbi Jacobs from the Netherlands, Ellen van Pra, also from the Netherlands, who are both here with us. We strongly encourage you to talk with them and to share your own experiences about your own work with them. Last and not least, of course, we also advocate on behalf of Israel, the world's only Jewish state in the world. We bring politicians, journalists to briefings and capitals across the continent, as we mentioned, and we bring distinguished journalists to report. I'm going to close by only saying that during our time here in Krakow, we hope that this will be the beginning of a very fruitful relationship in the fight against antisemitism. We hope that all of you find this as a first step and not just a closing of just a nice ceremony, but we want it to be the beginning of actual work that we do together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ruth, and thanks again for all your help in making this symposium a possibility. As you've noticed, it's 80 years since the liberation of the Auschwitz and Birkenau death camp. Tragically, and in a sign of a depravity of the Nazi regime, it's also the 80th anniversary of a deportation of Hungarian Jews to the death camps. And with that in mind, it's my great pleasure to invite to the stage Mayor Gergely Karacsony, the mayor of Budapest, who will be ably translated as well. No translation, it's going to be in English. How wonderful. Thank you so much. Anyway, the floor is yours, Excellency. Thank you so much for being with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here with you today. We know from our Nobel Prize winning Hungarian writer Imre Kertész's books, Faithlessness, that faithlessness is indifference, resignation. We are here to stand in the way of indifference. One of my personal heroes, Elie Wiesel, also of Hungarian heritage, said, "Remembering is a noble and necessary work, because the purpose of commemoration is twofold: to remember the millions of victims of the Holocaust and to make it clear that this must never happen again. We must remember the victims whose rights, property, freedom, and lives were taken, and we must remember to understand what cannot be understood." We need to hear about another true Elie Wiesel. The opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. The opposite of life is not death, it's indifference. The difference between the painful past and the future that I can learn from it is us ourselves, who are not indifferent. Turning to each other, we must make it clear that the unity of our community is stronger than hatred and violence. Since the 7th of October, we know that these cannot be empty words. We must be vigilant, because the murderous hatred can be set free again at any moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be a mayor of the wonderful city where the largest Jewish community in Central Europe lives. The history of Budapest is closely linked to the history of the Jewish people, of society, culture, economy, and architecture would be unthinkable without the local Jewish community. Industrialists, the craftsmen, bankers, traders, chiefs, artists, and journalists all have played an important role in making Budapest what it is. Before the Holocaust, about a quarter of Budapest population was Jewish. This explains the words of one of Hungary's greatest poets, Endre Ady, that it was the Jews who had made Budapest the great European city. It is no coincidence either that our only Hungarian Nobel Prize writer is Imre Kertész, who was deported from Budapest and survived the horrors of Auschwitz. Like one of few Oscar-winning films, Son of Saul, is about the horror of the death camp. Ladies and gentlemen, for us Hungarians, remembering begins with facing the reality. Unfortunately, we still have this illusion that the Holocaust was done, the Jewish, by the Germans. No. The Holocaust in Hungary was primarily done by the state of Hungary to Hungarian citizens. In order to see clearly, in order to remember with dignity, we have to defeat illusions. Relativization and remembrance cannot coexist. During the Holocaust, while our country suffered terrible losses, the large part of the Jewish population of Budapest survived. Today, Budapest is one of the safest cities for Jewish in Europe. There is no need to fear anti-Semitic attacks or hate crimes against Jews. In fact, the kind of Jewish Renaissance is taking place in Budapest. Not only do we have a Jewish museum, but also a Jewish film festival, Jewish theater. There are many Jewish schools, Jewish magazines, and all is this interesting and exciting, not only for Jews. Dear friends, It may come as a surprise, but according to the research, Hungary is the only country in Europe where anti-Semitism did not increase after the 7th of October. Unfortunately, this does not mean that all is well in Hungary. It is true that anti-Semitism is not particularly strong, but xenophobia is growing. More and more people are blaming the problem on migrants, Ukrainians, or any else politically declares an enemy. We Hungarians can only fight anti-Semitism effectively if we fight against all forms of hatred, discrimination, exclusion. The best way to fight against anti-Semitism is build an open and inclusive country where everyone can thrive and everyone can feel safe for themselves and their loved ones. This is the interest of the Budapest jury and the interest of all of us. But to do this, we must fight not only hatred, but also indifference and oppression. Because even a difficult fate is better than faithlessness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mayor. As a frequent visitor to Budapest, I can attest to its very warm welcome to Jews. It's a wonderful city, and thank you for all of your work and everything you've done to create that environment. Before we get to our panel discussions, we have two short sessions to set the context. The first of those is, why have anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism become the same, and what is the impact on Jewish life in Europe? And for that, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage for a conversation David Lager, who is our EGA Senior Advisor for Advocacy and Scandinavian Affairs and a former member of the European Parliament, ably joined by Professor Krista Mattsson, the Director of a Segerstedt Institute at the University of Gothenburg, who's an expert in radicalization processes. So, gentlemen, the floor is yours for the next discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're so happy to be here, even if it's such a hard discussion that we're going to have, but it's also a discussion that we need to have. So I'm delighted to see all of you here taking part, but also very delighted, Professor Mattsson, to have you here with us. Could you start briefly by telling us why you're here? Who is Krista Mattsson?
I was very happy to be invited to be here. I lead the Segerstedt Institute at the University of Gothenburg, and we conduct research concerning violent extremism, terrorism, radicalization processes, and anti-Semitism is one of our core fields.
Would you mind starting by telling us a bit on the state of anti-Semitism in Sweden after 7th of October last year? What has happened?
Yeah. Being a scholar in the field, we realized immediately after the 7th of October that this will provoke anti-Semitism in Europe. Every time the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is heated, we see the incidences of anti-Semitism increasing. So we gathered a research team that has been working and still working for more than a year to cover the processes as it unfolds. And of course, there's a lot of things to say about it. We see clearly how the Jewish communities in Sweden are closing in together. That on the one hand, the Jewish identity is strengthened, but they are also more disconnected to the society. There's a lot of things to say, but an overall conclusion would be to say that what we are facing now is what I would call a perfect anti-Semitic storm. Not saying that this is the worst anti-Semitic storm we ever saw, obviously not.
Define a perfect storm. How do you mean?
A perfect storm is a geological, meteorological term where the storm is fueled from different sources at the same time. So that on one hand, we have a tradition that was formed after the war in the former Eastern Europe, when the regimes there ever wanted to make use of the traditional anti-Semitism, but not talking about Jews. This is how they started to talk about Zionists instead. So everybody knew that they were talking about the Jews, but we use the term Zionists, and it's more easy to sell that, so to speak. This has largely been incorporated in the Western world, particularly in left-leaning movements. And there I'm not quite sure that they understand that Zionists and Jews are almost always equated. I think that they may separate it from each other. And then, of course, we also have the traditional Christian anti-Judaism, and I can talk a little bit more about that later, how that fuels the storm. But then we also have, and this needs to be said with some sort of reflection, we have a large population with their roots in the Middle East that also affects the situation. Sweden, for instance, is the least anti-Semitic country in the world when ADL does their measurements, and the Middle East is the most anti-Semitic region in the world. And of course, this contributes to the situation that we have. So in this sense, it is a perfect storm because it is fueled from different discourses.
If we move into a little bit of the discussion on anti-Zionism, if I just quickly might share a personal story from in January when I was here. I was still a member of the European Parliament myself, and I took part here, but as a panelist moderated by the excellent Vice Chairman Alex Benjamin, sitting in the corner. I don't know if you remember this, Alex, but when you introduced me, I sat here and you introduced me as David Lega, member of the European Parliament and a Zionist. And I started feeling so uncomfortable. And I didn't understand why someone had the right to name me a Zionist. And remember, I've been working with anti-Semitism for 5 years in the European Parliament. I've been extremely strong in these issues for over a decade. And still, sitting on stage, I became uncomfortable. And when I got home, I got so angry with myself for being uncomfortable. Because the only thing it really means is that I believe in a Jewish state based in the home of Israel. And naturally, I can stand for that. And still, I felt so uncomfortable. So maybe you can be my therapist for a while. Explain to me, why was I suddenly so uncomfortable? Even with all my knowledge in these issues, I faced problems defining myself as Zionist. I don't anymore, but I did that.
I recognize what you're saying. I started in the 90s to travel around in different universities in Sweden with the survivors of the Holocaust. Teaching and learning about the Holocaust, for those of you who are familiar with the topic, was quite uncommon until the 90s, and then it really started. So I traveled with the survivors, and obviously we had breakfast and supper together, and as we were talking there, Israel was always present, not as an idea or a political topic, but as a lived experience. Several of them were reunited with siblings or relatives in the 50s, in the 60s, and had a very close relation to Israel. So in our talks, Israel was a part of everyday life. You went there on vacation, so on and so forth. But when they were on stage and gave their testimony, and when they were asked from the audience afterward, what do you think about Israel? Immediately they started to talk differently. Then they gave answers that were discursive answers. They knew what can be said and what cannot be said. And this has to be understood in a deeper manner. So anti-Semitism, and this is very important. Because I think this is a common mistake. Anti-Semitism is not about Jews. Anti-Semitism is about anti-Semites and their fantasies about Jews. Jean-Paul Sartre said, If there were no Jew, the anti-Semite would invent him for the need that they have. So the Jew in the anti-Semitic perspective is a position that cannot be categorized because the Jew is whatever the anti-Semite needs. So the Jew can be a capitalist, the Jew can be a communist, the Jew can be a colonialist, whatever is needed at the moment. So when the ultimate good in society was Christianity, the Jew was Antichrist. When the nation was the ultimate good, the Jew was a cosmopolitan that wasn't a part of the society. When the race was the ultimate good, the Jew was the anti-race. And today, when human rights is the ultimate good, Israel becomes immediately the ultimate opposite. And this is what we call Israelification of anti-Semitism. Traditional anti-Semitic stereotypes are brought on to Israel, and Israel becomes the collective global Jew. But then you also have the structural anti-Semitism. So anti-Semitism is not only what is said or done, but also what cannot be said and what cannot be done. So in the different anti-Semitic discourses, there was always the accepted Jews. So in Christianity, it was the baptized Jews. When nationalism was the ultimate good, it was the assimilated Jew. When the race was the ultimate good, it was the Jew that was gone. And today, in the human rights era, the ultimate good Jew is the Jew who is not a Zionist. And this you can see all the time in the demonstrations. A real Jew is not a Zionist, not even reflecting upon that is anti-Semitism in itself. If I, as a non-Jew, would tell who is a good Jew, that is instantly anti-Semitism, right? And this also, I would say, affects the Jews on an individual level and a collective level, as you say. This gaze, this structural anti-Semitic gaze, and you feel uncomfortable to say that you support a Jewish homeland.
Thank you. We all need to think about what you said for a few seconds, I think, because there's so much information in so few minutes. But I agree, and thank you, Alex, for reminding me that I am a Zionist as well. So you, like us, you saw the horrible video clips in the beginning. We see and we follow everything. We see the spray, the graffiti, kill a Jew from real walls. And what do we do now? What do we do? How do we fight this?
We teach and we educate, and I still believe in education. If we cannot believe in education, what future would we believe in? If you are born in Sweden, raised by Swedish parents, you will speak Swedish. If you're born in Germany by German parents, you will speak German, right? If you're born in a democratic family, you will speak democratic. If you're born in a family that is intolerant, you will speak intolerance. If you're born in a family that speaks homophobia, you will speak homophobia. If you're born in a family that speaks anti-Semitism, you will speak anti-Semitism. So we may not produce the anti-Semite more than they are producing themselves. We have to encounter this with education. And I think that we really can do this. So, yeah.
Is that why we need different tools to combat different types of hate?
Yeah.
Is that why we can't fight everything on anti-racism?
Yeah, that is very much so. If you allow me just to give a short story. A couple of years ago, a number of years ago, I went with my family to Rhodes for a vacation. And we visited the old city of Rhodes, and the children were small and they wanted ice cream, and we got ice cream at a marketplace there. And as we were sitting there, I saw a camera team, and as I'm always very curious, I got over there and asked what they are doing. And it turned out that they were interviewing one of the last surviving Jews of the Jewish community, and we were sitting in the Jewish quarter of Rhodes. For hundreds of years, there was a Jewish Rhodes. In 1 week, they were deported, and forever there will not be a Jewish Rhodes any longer. So tomorrow we will go to Auschwitz-Birkenau, and many times we say that Birkenau is a death factory. I don't agree that Birkenau was a death factory. It was a Nazi dream factory. They produced their vision of a Europe without Jews. And to a large extent, they succeeded. Their means of production was death. But if Hitler could have taxed all the Jews by taxing them to the moon, he would. The force was to get rid of all the Jews. So Auschwitz and Birkenau is more present in Rhodes, in Thessaloniki, in Vienna, and Berlin, and in Oslo than it is in Auschwitz in itself. I think we've missed out this in teaching. So when we hear the shoutings in the streets of Europe today, no Zionists in our streets, they are calling for a void that was already created. And of course, to some extent, we have failed teaching what was the Holocaust, but still,
We need to start.
We need to do it better.
I hope that you have a chance to meet many of our delegates here and colleagues during these days. And thank you so much for this discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was an extremely illuminating discussion, and thank you for coming all the way from Sweden to share your thoughts with us. Much appreciated. I'd like also, because we are in Poland as well, just to welcome a special guest to the symposium, Minister Wojciech Kolarski, who's with us. We'll be hearing from the minister later on before the dinner, but it would have been remiss of me not to acknowledge his presence at the symposium. From one minister to another, before we hear from our next speaker who has a presentation, we have a message from Minister Amichai Shikli, the Minister for Combating Antisemitism and Diaspora Affairs from the State of Israel. Yossi?
Shalom lekulam, friends, the Rabbi Margolin. 86 years for Kristallnacht and 80 years for the liberation of Auschwitz. The slogan, never again, seems to be fading away. Since October 7, we have seen countless attacks against Jews all across Europe, especially in Britain, France, Germany, and the Netherlands. The violent attacks last week against Jewish soccer fans led by pro-Hamas Palestinian organizations reminded us pictures that we wanted to forget and that we thought that we will never see again. We can see three main themes in terms of new anti-Semitism currently in Europe. First, the delegitimization of the existence of the State of Israel. This time, anti-Semitism is not about race, but about opposing the right of the Jews to have their own homeland and to have their own national identity. Second is demonization of the State of Israel by accusing us in committing genocide and acting like the Nazis, although it's contradict each and every single fact on the ground, and although that if there's something that is close to the Nazis is the atrocities led by Hamas, torturing, butchering innocent people, women, children, and 2 babies that are still in captivity in Hamas prison. Third is Holocaust denial, that once was in the fringes of society, But now we can hear it more and more louder all across Europe, and not just in Europe, but also in North America. In terms of policies of governments, what they can do in order to combat anti-Semitism, first and foremost, I think it's crucial to adopt the IHRA definition in order to have the framework to combat anti-Semitism. Second is education. You, as educational leaders, know exactly what can be the consequences of anti-Semitism and how the Holocaust happened. There was a long process before. And unfortunately, we can see the same hatred once again raising its head in Europe. And I urge you, please act, educate, and do everything you can to assist us with stopping anti-Semitism in Europe. I want to thank all of you for taking place in this important conference. And I want to thank Ija and Rabbi Margolin for this important initiative. Thank you very much.
So, how anti-Zionism replaced anti-Semitism in the modern era. We're going to be looking now at changes in Jew hatred post-October the 7th. Our next speaker is actively engaged and actually commissions the monitoring of this new form of anti-Semitism that is spreading in social media. Today we have a particular focus on France, Germany, and Hungary. A very good friend of the EGA's and a gentleman who does quite incredible work. It's my great pleasure to invite to the stage Mr. Kalman Shalai, the director of the Action and Protection League in Hungary. Kalman, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear rabbis, dear minister, dear mayor of Budapest, distinguished guest, dear friends. First of all, a special thanks for the organizer inviting me, and it's my honor to be here. And you are, firstly, for me, shocking result of our newest monitoring report have been done recently, supervised 2 periods of this year and last year. So as you know, Action and Protection League, which logo placed the third in the left side, we are building Europe's most comprehensive monitoring system, which try to discover all anti-Semitic incidents, not only in the public discourse, but the place where the public discourse turned recently to the social media surfaces. So our goal is monitor the behaving of online activity of the profiles, the users. We use specific keywords and keywords combination, and we analyze and published and evaluate the results. The monitored period was 1 month in last year and 1 month in this year. And both years on September, we just checked the 3 major social media surfaces, how the spread, how the hate spread on those sites in 3 countries, Germany, France, and Hungary. Let's quickly, what is the methodology of us? We use the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is completely cover the all form of anti-Semitism. The historically anti-Judaism hatred and the new anti-Semitism. We call new anti-Semitism, but It has a base of anti-Zionism, some call that, or some call it new anti-Semitism. And this definition, although some professors in a progressive university wants to ban or modify, even the Labour Party wanted to wash it out, but it's still working. We determining the keywords. Later, I will introduce you how many keywords and combination of them we used or applied. We collect the result of the scraper engine, the search engine, and then we categorize and classify the result of the scraper engine, and we analyze it and publish it. What categories we used to monitor those 2 months last year and this year? We defined anti-Judaism, anti-Israel, Holocaust denial, and classical anti-Semitism belong the believing the conspiracy theories and extend the Jewish features to, or some literature defined Jewish feature to the all Judaism or to Israel. We applied the keywords on German language. I'm sorry, it's mistaken. The second one is French, France, and Hungary. Hungary, it's much larger number of keywords are applied because we have been doing this more than 11 years in Hungary, so it's developed by own self, those keywords and those keyword combination. So let me introduce the results. So during these 2 months, in each country, in these 3 countries, we reviewed 11,500 results. What the scraper engine, based on the added keywords, found. And we reviewed it and revised it by AI application, which had some semantical revision, and the human research as well. And we just found 8,019, which is not anti-Semitic. There's some description of the sport event or some Israeli news about politics, whatever. But almost 3,500 hate incidents was realized in this 2 months in these 3 countries. And separated by countries, Germany, these 2 months, 2023 and 2024, in September, we found together 1,550 in German language and 1,643 in French language and 217 in Hungary. And we identified the profiles who just posted it, this anti-Semitic hate message or post or you know, just appeared something on this surfaces is 521, and France is 631, and 127 in Hungary. If we just go deeply on the details, so this chart on the different categories we found the posts. As you see, the anti-Israel post number increasingly increased, really, I mean, drop up incredible high amount. It fourth time than last year, than before October 7. And in France also this growing is really high. But also the classical anti-Semitism also drove up the last year. And the classical anti-Judaism stereotypes appearing on the social media surface is also, just increased. And Hungary, and I drew your attention, the number of the posts. In Germany, the category started in 200 and the top of 800. And in Hungary, the top of the numbers, the post numbers, is 40. So this is the difference. And the growth of different categories is not that suddenly and not too much the differences as the previous years it was. But this is just a post. But those posts occur some reaction by the viewers, by the other profiles. As you see, the final result with all kind of reaction of the whole 1,550 posts on Germany was 100,004. This is the like, this is the shares, and this is the comments, which, indicate some actions. 1,500, almost, 100 times or 70 times occurred more effect. Of course, this presentation will be shared with you. And per the social media platform, I have just few charts. The biggest growth the last year was on Twitter, especially in Germany and France, because very common on those channels in the users. And the Instagram, where the pictures and the motion pictures is the most favorable things, the growth was not that high amount, and the Facebook. Although the Facebook defined their own standards to ban all anti-Semitic and Holocaust denial posts or content, the result shows they do not do that. They didn't do that. And Hungary was also a little bit higher, but the significant effect of those posts, it's not visible seriously. Some examples I just share with you what was in Hungary and Germany. And just let me remind you, as Rabbi Margolin said previously, the never again is no. Unfortunately, as you saw the number, we are above the never again. It's over now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Carmen, for those extremely worrying figures. It gives me great pleasure now to move on to our first panel discussion. We're now looking at 80 years since the liberation of Auschwitz. Is Holocaust education still important? We're going to have an interparliamentary debate now, which is going to be introduced and moderated by a dear colleague, Ms. Ruth Wasserman-Lande, who's the EGA Senior Advisor for International Affairs, our Communities Manager, former diplomat, former member of the Israeli Knesset, and all-round legend. So without further ado, I'll hand you over to Ruth for the next session. Ruth, please.
Thank you very much, everyone. You raised the expectations. I hope you will forgive my being simply human. It is, I'm taking 1 second just to share something with you from the stomach. Sorry. Immanuel Kant said that the human mind cannot fully comprehend without experiencing the thing itself. And we are in Europe, and Europeans, you do experience this antagonism, the hatred, the bigotry, the anger on your own streets, not always against the Jews. There are demonstrations against France with the words "down with France." There are demonstrations against Germany with words I'd rather not say out aloud on the stage. There are violence shown on the British streets against the patriots or the so-called Brits who simply want a lack of violence on the street, etc. And this violence, this anger, this bigotry has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. So perhaps we could all feel a little bit, smell a little bit, touch a little bit Immanuel Kant when he said that we really need to feel in order to really understand what is going on. And for that, I'm honored to have several very distinguished guests come up to the stage and to speak with them. MP Fernando Edgan, the first Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, second only to the President in Luxembourg. Please, sir. MP Petros Papas, the Secretary of the Hellenic Parliament from Greece. And he's a doctor. So if anybody is feeling ill, we have an emergency doctor right here. Hello, sir. We have MP Magnus Bernsten, President of the Assembly of European Regions from Sweden. Welcome, sir. MP Mark Stewards, member of the Education Committee, House of Commons in the UK. Hello, sir. And we have MP Frank Müller-Rosentritt, Foreign Policy Committee from the Bundestag in Germany. So, gentlemen, you have quite an undertaking here. So with your permission, let's start with Sweden, if that's okay. Sweden was leading in Holocaust education approximately 20 odd years ago. Is this still the case? How do you see the future of Holocaust studies and it being perhaps modernized and made more relevant for the pupils and students of today? Please,
yes. Sir. Thank you so much for that question. As you said, around 20 years ago, a little bit more, there were a survey in the schools showing that for a lot of students, they were questioning, did the Holocaust ever happen? And of course, that was something that the society and all the way up to the Prime Minister reacted a lot to. And there was created an agency called the Living History Forum and started a huge discussion in the whole society and also especially with young people. I think at that time that was really needed and that was a really successful story, and there were important discussions in the schools, and it was also connected with Commemorance Days and the other activities, and I think all that was good. I think now the time has gone, and I think it's time again for a new renewal of this, and I think we need to use a little bit more modern instruments. I think we need to work much more also in a digital way, but we also need to accept the fact that the society has changed a lot, and we need to take that into account when we form these new steps of education and discussions, because it's 20 years is a rather long time, and the society is not the same. And we see, as we heard here earlier, that anti-Semitism grows from different branches, and I think we need to be much better in focusing on not only, if I can use the word that was mentioned before, classic anti-Semitism, but also some of the other branches.
So in fact, you're saying that it is very relevant, education on the Holocaust, but you're saying make it more vibrant, social networks, videos, etc., make it more alive for the young people and the young generation. Is that correct?
Absolutely, I think that is very important, but I also, I mean, many of you know that 2015 we had a huge wave of migration in Sweden, and Sweden has already before that was very open for immigration, and many people that come from areas where anti-Semitism was a natural part of their society, of course, don't have the same understanding or references, if I could use that word instead, as in perhaps we had more before.
So that's a brilliant point, because what you're saying is basically take the diversity of society, the changing facet of society, and really bring in the content to be more suited to the fact that different audiences need different inputs. Thank you so much. That's very helpful. MP Papas, could you please shortly share with our audience your country's policies towards Holocaust education?
I would like to thank you for your kind invitation. And on behalf of the Greek Parliament, I would like to thank the Jewish European Association for the invitation for the symposium of the 80th anniversary since the liberation of Auschwitz and the 86th anniversary of the Kristallnacht. Regarding my country, I would like to say that the education actually started on the Holocaust just 15 years ago due to the historical facts after the World War II in Greece. There was an operation of concealment, of appeasement, of normalization. People actually didn't talk about the Holocaust. And this is a very sad thing because, as you may all know, my hometown of Thessaloniki was home to a vibrant Jewish community for more than 5 centuries. In these 5 centuries, the 3 centuries of this period, from the 15th to the 18th century, the Jewish community was the largest community in the city of Thessaloniki, the most populous. And as you may all know, 50,000 Jewish people were transported to Auschwitz, where they were killed on their arrival in the gas chambers, whereas only 1,000 people returned to the city of Thessaloniki, finding their properties given to Greek citizens by the government, finding their cemetery destroyed in Thessaloniki, and the synagogues destroyed, and a history of 5 centuries presence in the city of Thessaloniki was just in 3 or 4 years totally destroyed. So it's only the past 15 years that fragmented efforts started in Greece, in Greek educational system. Only before the 15 years, the world Holocaust started to be taught in the secondary education, in the third grade of secondary school and in the final year of high school. from this year on, many efforts started, also in academia. Books were written. The seat of Jewish studies was re-established in Thessaloniki, a seat that was abolished in 1936 by the dictatorship that we had then in Greece, by the government of Metaxas. It was a dictatorship in Greece, and well, pro-Nazi dictatorship. And the seat was again re-established. And what happens now in Greece is that there is a great interest, and we have to invest in educating the young people. We have to invest in teaching people their own history, because when we are taught about the facts, we can see the whole picture. Nowadays in Thessaloniki, it's being constructed the new Museum of Holocaust.
Yes, and your head of party actually was. You're in the opposition, and you were in favor of building this Holocaust museum.
It's been, yeah, of course, it's been delayed, but it's now on track, and it will be restored. And a central square in the city is also being rebuilt, the city of Jewish martyrs. It's the place where in the year 1942, Jewish male population of the city was gathered there and humiliated by the Nazi soldiers. And this will be a great city square, and also can be used for educational purposes, as is the Museum of Holocaust. I don't want to tire you more. What I wanted to say as an epilogue to this intervention is that we have to intensify our efforts educating people. We have to intensify trips to Auschwitz, trips to the places where people were killed and tortured, because living this experience will prevent us from having this industrial crime once again, this industrial crime that has no precedent in the human history. And this is what Primo Levi tells in his books, if this is a man, we never have to live in this world again. And education is the key to this, in order to succeed this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be more precise with you a little bit later regarding what are your practical suggestions to bring this, I would say, frame of mind to younger people and the young generation. But thank you so much. MP Müller-Rosentritt, it's very good to have you back with us and to see you again. And of course, please, if you could share with us first what your country does in terms of Holocaust education. It's very well known in general, but if you could be perhaps enlighten us about the added value, the things that perhaps we don't know, because you're being taught as a model for emulation in the leadership courses of Harvard on how to truly take responsibility for things that have happened in history.
Let me start at first to say that education is a responsibility of our state level. So we, on a federal level, we have no responsibility for our education. So because it's one of the last typical responsibilities of our federal states, of our like Bavaria, Saxony, but I think 3 weeks ago, all ministers of all states of education, they did a conference of ministers of education, and they declared I think 3 weeks ago, on the occasion of the 18th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp, the Conference of Education Ministers calls on schools to take a closer look at aspects and question on the topics of the Holocaust. So National Socialism, racism, anti-Semitism, and group-related misanthropy, as well as the culture of remembrance. So the headline of this bill, of this resolution, all 16 ministers of education of all states is "Never again is now." And in addition to the culture of remembrance, they also want to show foster our democracy education. That is because it's also an essential right from the start. And the subject of Holocaust is history, and in the class 8, 9, and a lot of schools offers visits to concentration camps, but from my perspective, I think it's not enough, because I think in Germany every pupil who's going to leave the school cannot leave school without visiting a concentration camp. So because you mentioned already in the first remarks, until 2015, we have nearby 2 groups of anti-Semitism. We have the very far left side anti-Semitism, BDS, and all this anti-Semitism covered by a left-wing academic view. And we have the very far right anti-Semitism. But, and this is not only my personal opinion, this is evident in Germany. We have a post therefore. If you ask Jews in Germany, what is the main dangers right now? 92% says this is the pan-Arabic anti-Semitism we are faced to, not only in Germany, but also we saw the videos from Amsterdam and also Paris and all over Europe. And so, and the issue is, if you do it as mandatory to visit a concentration camp, guys like me, you, and your sons and your daughters will follow. But all the people who have to visit, because they should rethink, they never will join this group. And so if you want to bring all the groups to this concentration camps, we have to do it not as mandatory one, but we have to say everybody have to do this. I think this is a very important thing. And
how do you propose to do that? Take older people if it's not mandatory, because we are dealing with education, but education is wide. It's not only in schools, it's not only in tertiary education, it's the messaging. And there is a rise in anti-Semitism, of course, in the whole of Europe, but also in Germany, despite you being truly a model for emulation in everything to do with Holocaust education. So how do you encourage people that are older, that are not in schools, to take time and not even just go to the Holocaust Museum or to a concentration camp, but to even take in a little bit of information about the issue?
Yes, the professor from Sweden mentioned already that it's about, if you speak German, your children speak German, if you speak Swedish, children speak Swedish. And if you're a son or daughter from an intolerant family, you're an intolerant son or intolerant daughter, of course. And I think you can do it exactly the other way around, that you have to teach the young people, and then they come home, and then they speak, in Germany we say Abendbrottisch, on the evening, we have lunch together. Every family has lunch together. Okay, maybe not every family from MP,
hopefully, yes.
but a lot of families have lunch in the evening, and they talk about the day, what's the experience from the day, from the week, and then the children speak about, today I've been in the concentration camp and learned about something about tolerance and what's coming up if you are have that much hate on Jews. Maybe your opinion that is not right, maybe it's not that good, and so they have a discussion. And
so you would have the children teach the parents.
Yes. Yes, we have to create rooms for discussion. But if you isolate the people in their groups, you will never have this discussion, because they will not come in contact with this very challenging topics, because it's not about not only about anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. It is about our society. It's about our open society and our democracy. And if it starts with Jews and it ends with our democracy.
It never ends with the Jews, does it?
Yes, and this is what it means. And that's what it means. And if we are foster our democracy, our open society, if we want that our open society will survive, You have to teach the children that they can speak with their parents and grandparents in
Thank
Germany.
you. I'll press you on whether the government should be more active in allowing those open discussions. But in the meantime, I'll press on MP Stewards. If you could please say a word about what's going on in the UK. We're hearing things, we see the violence, we see anti-Semitism, but we also see the rise of radicalism. So if we put the radicalism aside for a second, for the later part of our panel, let's just focus on the anti-Semitism, the campuses, the education. Could you give us a little peek into what's going on in the UK, please?
Of course, I'd be happy to. First thing I'll start by saying is that it's an absolute privilege to be here at the European Jewish Association. It's an honor to be invited, and I'm so pleased to be able to speak as a British member of Parliament on this stage. The first thing I'll say is I'll very briefly outline what my country is doing with regards to Holocaust education. It is a compulsory part of our curriculum in the UK. However, it doesn't go far enough. We certainly don't address right now contemporary anti-Semitism. And I'll give you an example. Before I came on stage today, I had a phone call with a 20-year-old journalist. It's about a post office that's closing in my constituency, so not relevant to the subject matter today. But he asked me where I was. I told him, and he said, well, why are you there? And I said, well, we're talking about Holocaust education. We're talking about what we need to do to educate people on anti-Semitism. He goes, oh, well, yes, I do remember a couple of lessons on that in history, but not much else. And that just illustrates just how far we've got to change the education landscape in the UK to ensure that people know not just about the Holocaust, but also about contemporary anti-Semitism and how it's affecting us in the UK today. Now, we are taking steps to address this. We've committed £7 million to train educators across all institutions on how to teach about contemporary anti-Semitism. And we will work with Jewish organizations to ensure that the curriculum content those educators deliver is directly relevant to the anti-Semitism and to the anti-Semitic tropes we all see today. In addition to that, we have committed another £2 million towards ensuring that we have the preservation of Holocaust survivors' testaments. It's very important, as the window of opportunity is closing, to speak to people who are in that position of being able to relay their experiences to us, that we preserve their experiences and pass that on to the next generation. And we are very much still in the testing phase of how we roll out the kind of education that I've just described to you to our schools. For example, in one of our schools, in one of our multi-academy trusts near my constituency in Leeds Southwestern Morley, we have tested how to teach contemporary anti-Semitism to British school students today. We've started with a specific curriculum of work that has been in part developed by the Holocaust Education Centre and UCL, University College London too. And we're waiting to hear back on the report of that new curriculum to see whether or not it's been effective and whether or not we can implement it nationwide. However, I am very happy as well to talk more broadly about anti-Semitism and the scourge that we've seen on our campuses too.
Oh, we shall. Don't worry. I'll come back to you about that. But I'm very, very encouraged because you've mentioned very operative steps, including a budget for the commemoration, for education, and also you're doing a pilot in the schools. We'd love to hear the results thereof and to really feedback on how that is going. Thank you so much for your feedback. MP Etken, I would like for you to shortly describe, please, the steps taken by the Luxembourg Chamber of Deputies and the authorities in Luxembourg vis-à-vis the Holocaust studies, including Luxembourg's historical role in the Holocaust, and how you can educate people in Luxembourg about bigotry and hatred and anti-Semitism.
Dear all, it's a profound honor to represent Luxembourg at this event, reaffirming our commitment to remembrance and the enduring importance of Holocaust education. For us, it is not just about remembrance, but about taking an active stance against prejudice, bigotry, and intolerance in all its forms. In a historic moment, the Chamber of Deputies debated a historian's report in plenary, resulting in the Parliament and government to present their apologies to the Jewish community for the injustices committed by the state and its institutions during that dark period. The reappraisal of history is a vital process for better understanding history and one's own past and for building resilience against hatreds and intolerance. When Luxembourg took the presidency of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance in 2019, we have organized numerous events and exhibitions on this topic. In July 2019, the Luxembourg Chamber of Deputies adopted the ERA definition of anti-Semitism. Luxembourg's commitment to Holocaust remembrance is long-standing. For the Chamber of Deputies, keeping the memory alive by involving younger generations is essential. Only by bringing them along on this journey into the past can we build bridges between then and now. Let me mention the readings in our schools, continued trainings, exhibitions, film projections, and also different educational projects like visits of students to the concentration camp of Auschwitz, organized since 1997 by the Association Témoins de la Deuxième Génération, witnesses of the second generation. The phrase, "never again," lies at the heart of the European Union's creation. For Luxembourg, as for all member states, this commitment shapes our shared destiny. Luxembourg, like much of Europe, has felt the brutal reach of Nazi occupation. In remembering, we not only honor the lost, but also renew our commitment to building a Europe where peace, tolerance, and mutual respect prevail.
Thank you very much, sir. MP Bernstein. Now we get to the nitty-gritty. How does the immigration crisis in your country, in your experience, to your feeling, and in Europe in general, how has it influenced the need for a modernized educational system? You did mention the diversity, but if you could be a little bit less boundaried, a little bit more politically incorrect and provocative, if you dare.
Thank you so much for that question. Of course, I think all of us know that one of these branches of anti-Semitism comes from the Islamistic background, and we see that a lot from especially from the area of the Middle East. And if people from the Middle East comes to Sweden, comes to Europe, of course, nothing magic happened when you cross the border. But still, people need to be educated about this. So I think that we have a really important issue, and we know that we have, as we talked about here, we have the opportunities to speak with the younger people, but we don't have any natural discussion towards everyone in the society. And I think it's time that we really raise this issue to the whole society level again, because it's easy to be angry when you see that people are getting hurt in a war in the Middle East, and if you don't see the background of all of it, but you have just your own own history or your own references, perhaps you will interpret this in a very different way than you should. And I think this is one of the problems. And unfortunately, there are also groups that don't have that background, but have come from other branches of anti-Semitism that connect into this.
From the Middle East, incitement
Yeah,
and
but
indoctrination.
I think we can see it especially from some of the leftish-leaning groups.
Okay.
We see it also from extreme right side as well, but perhaps they are not as present in the streets right at this moment, but that can happen again.
So, in fact, when we see in Sweden a rise in crime, not necessarily against Jewish people, but rather against Swedish people and women, and a general rise in crime and differences in integration, in culture, which very often is very difficult to speak of because it is sensitive. It is difficult because we try to be open, we try to be liberal, we try to be inclusive. And yet this does influence the very fabric of society. If you can give me just one practical example of how to deal with that in the field of education, and I know I'm being hard on you, so just one, I'd be very grateful.
But I think we must make it very clear, coming into our society, there are rules that need to be followed. There are ethical principles that must be followed in a society in the Swedish society, for example, but also in the European Union and the whole of Europe. We have ethical ways of how we are our relations with each other. And of course, if no one tells you that this is the rules that works here and must be working here, otherwise we can't live together, then you will have a problem. So we really need to find these tools to have this discussion for everyone that comes, that this is acceptable, this is not acceptable.
So basically what you're saying is be more, the surveillance and the taking law and order more seriously needs to be put on the political map and in everyday life, if I understand correctly.
That's definitely part of it, but also on the educational level. You should know when you enter over the border, you should know how is it to live in this society here. And of course, many people that comes to Sweden or to some other European countries do that because they flee from oppression, and we don't want to have that brought into our society.
Imported into Sweden. So you're saying be a little bit stronger about educating what is expected of any person coming into Sweden and what is culturally acceptable.
It can sound very harsh, but I think it's the other way around.
No, absolutely.
We should be able to live together and have a communication, and that people feel that you come home.
Absolutely.
Then you not need to understand what is home, because that's how we want to live.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. MP Papas, you know, despite attempts, as you had described, and very impressive steps that have been taken, there is a significant rise in anti-Semitism in Greece as well. In fact, the Israeli government just published a warning for Israelis regarding Athens, and there have been violent incidents taking place in the country. What do you feel can be an inclusive, democratic, but efficient manner in which to really bring home to the population that bigotry in general, hate and anti-Semitism is not acceptable?
I think that there are three pillars on which we must build. The first is, of course, the incorporation of the teaching about the Holocaust to be mandatory in our educational system and modernized in order to be interesting for our young people. But what is more important nowadays in Europe are two other things. The one is that the societies of Europe tend to isolate themselves as Greece is concerned, the society is poorer and poorer for the last 20 years. And this is, I think, the main reason for being afraid, for targeting the different, turning to extreme political choices to the far right in Greece. And this isolation that is that we tend to observe in all Europe will lead us to fragmented states of Europe. And if we do not, except for teaching about the Holocaust and about what humans can do to other humans, we have to enforce our common European identity in a world of empires and of emerging empires, India, China, I don't know, Iran, and United States, of course, and Russia. A fragmented Europe, a Europe that returns to states that are not that are ethnical states, will be a war. Will be a Europe that is afraid of anything that is different. A Europe that is afraid of other religions, of other sexual identities. If we won't enforce the common European identity, and if we are not enforcing the federalization through education as well, then we are returning to the beginnings of the 20th century, and we all know what happened during the 20th century. And to conclude this intervention, I would like to say that we have to enforce the education about the Holocaust, about the anti-Semitism that is widespread, but we have to combat the roots of it, and the roots of it is the impoverishment of the of states of Europe, mainly of the periphery, and secondly, to intend to enforce our common European identity. I'm a federalist, and I think that this is the only way for Europe to stand on the world stage.
Thank you. I'll leave it at that for the moment. Mr. Muller, MP Muller, Rosentreat. Your country has actually shown very practical steps recently vis-a-vis radical Islamism. It has come up with significant action and supervision of mosques that have been radicalized and so on, and in a manner of speaking could be perhaps seen also as a model for emulation in that sense, because perhaps it is showing a lot of courage despite it being perhaps less politically correct, more difficult in liberal societies, and that's understandable. But perhaps there's a silver lining to what had happened on October 7th and the huge, unprecedented rise in anti-Semitism. The public that is anti-Semitic is also turning against the countries themselves, the non-Jewish, non-Israeli countries themselves. And Germany has taken significant steps, even though perhaps they are the first steps, but significant steps to correct that situation recently. Do you feel that other countries may learn from that experience, or do you feel that Germany, in its particular status in that fight or combating of anti-Semitism, is a standalone?
No, I think we're definitely not standalone. I would wish that Berlin has in the past a much closer look to Prague or to Poland, and because not only that close ties between Paris, but our role model, I do not know. But what I feel is that that the October 7 and the upcoming anti-Semitism on the street, that was a wake-up call for all the pliants in the society. Because for me, it was not surprising. I know what goes on in the street for decades, because the issue in the past was if young Jewish people in German schools get attacked by young Islamistic people, then the director of the school said, okay, to the parents, the Jewish girl, maybe it's a good idea you have to leave the school because you are much more safer in a Jewish school. But the correct answer should be that the guy who attacked the Jews have subito to leave the school, of course, and not the guy who was attacked. This is the first thing. And then I think we were for decades too tolerant with intolerant people. We have a very liberal constitution, and I'm proud of this constitution. Like Israel, I think in Israel there are more Arabs serving the IDF than Jewish in the Arab world. So this is what it means. We have freedom of religion, and we can have mosques together with churches and synagogues. This is what it means. You can love what you want, same sex, everything. But we have people, they will not accept, as you mentioned, our rules, our open society. And I think this is the most important thing, because it's the first step, it's against Israel. But now you mentioned it's totally correct. And now it's fuck Germany, fuck your society. And they hate our lifestyle. They hate what it means. And I think if you, we have a lot to do, but we have, for example, what we did. We did a resolution. This was my resolution. This was my initiative in the parliament 5 years ago. An anti-BDS resolution. So it's not allowed in Germany to fund BDS organizations with federal taxpayer money. So it's not allowed. They cannot use federal offices. They can shout them. They can shout them in the street. Of course, they can do it, but not with our taxpayer money. And then we have a lot of left-wing organizations that no, you cannot do this because we have an open debate. We have freedom of speech. But I think anti-Semitism has nothing to do with freedom of speech. It's a hate speech, and hate speech is not a part of our liberal constitution.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I appreciate your honesty. I realize I'm putting you all on the grill, but you've been very honest, very forthcoming, and I appreciate that very much. MP Etgen, if I may, as a civil servant in charge of overseeing registration duties, you were the Minister of Agriculture, of course, and protection of consumer rights was your portfolio. I'd like to ask you a question regarding financing. Should educational institutions, think tanks, schools, tertiary education institutions be financed by the government or helped by the government if they have shows of anti-Semitism?
The Luxembourg school system is predominantly state-run and is funded almost exclusively by the Minister of Education. Educational centers such as the Center for Political Education or the Shoah Memorial and many other initiatives are funded by the government. They support, expand the educational offer. Since 2016, schools have honored Holocaust Remembrance Day with activities designed to educate youth on the Holocaust and instill values of empathy, respect, civil courage, and a strong commitment to human rights. In 2022, the Luxembourg state acquired the convent at Saint-Fontaine in the north of the country, where 300 Jews were interned during the war before being deported to Eastern Europe. It has become a national center for remembrance and education. Through this side, we aim to promote human rights and honor the memory of those deported during the Shoah. The Lycée du Nord, another school in Luxembourg, continue the lead in remembrance work, and some schools even propose options like Memory Keepers program. 3 years ago, Lycée du Nord was awarded the René Oppenheimer Prize for its exemplary work in remembrance and education. To answer your question, in conclusion, the government and politicians bear a great responsibility for educating young people about collective memory and must actively contribute to preservation of his memory. To combat anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination, it is essential to have understanding of history and the atrocities that have occurred in the past. Everyone must be conscious of the values and rights that are a democratic society.
Thank you. So I appreciate that. And if there is anti-Semitism in a school or university, the government pulls money away from the school or from the university?
No, I don't think so, no. But because in Luxembourg is a very open-minded society, and also the university in Luxembourg is very open for all these discussions.
I see. Thank you very much. And lastly, MP Stewards. So as I mentioned before, there's been a lot of violence between patriots and Islamists in your country. Very little to do, at least rhetorically, with Judaism, anti-Semitism, Holocaust, Israel, but rather almost oddly against the UK. And I wonder, what are your thoughts about that? And is your country doing enough to deal with this rise in antagonism towards the UK and what it has to do with bigotry and anti-Semitism? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I suppose, I mean, it's already been well documented on this stage by MP Muller. There is difference between the far left and the far right when it comes to anti-Semitism. And the far left marches that we see in the UK almost on a weekly basis, they're being led by people who almost see it as core to their identity, that they oppose Israel and everything that Israel does. And often if you replace the word Zionist with Jewish, you see their true intentions. But you mentioned the violence in the UK. Well, in the summer after the election of the Labour government, and I'm a Labour MP,
yes,
we did see people choose to take to the streets to riot. And what I'll start by saying is that a lot of the people who went to those demonstrations thought they were going to be demonstrations, but the far right leaders of those groups knew how to take advantage of that situation to their own ends. And unfortunately, that then resulted in the riots and the violence that we saw. And what they were playing on is that they were playing on this idea, and there is a feeling in the UK at the moment that everything we have is broken. Our public services are overwhelmed, our infrastructure is crumbling, our NHS doesn't work for us anymore. There is a general perception that that's where the country got to, which is one of the reasons that my party is now in government, because there was a general election and we replaced the Conservatives. Same as yours. But those far-right agitators, the far-right leaders I'm talking about, not the many people that attended the demonstration assuming it would be a demonstration, they knew how to take advantage of that, and they have been blaming our country's problems, primarily, in this case, on asylum seekers. And that's why a lot of the violence took place around hotels where asylum seekers are being housed. The way to deal with these people is twofold. The first is through law and order, that I've already heard mentioned on the stage, and we did that. We ensured that there were fast prosecutions for those that chose to try and burn down the hotels. And I can see the sign that says, please wrap up now, so I'll be as quick as possible. And we also put people in prison who chose to try and instigate violent or violent themselves. The second thing that we need to do is actually deal with our country's problems. This is why we were elected. We are a centre-left government, but we are not a populist left government, because we see the UK's problems, we see them as long-term things to be fixed. And we are taking the decisions now that may not yield immediate results, but will yield results in the long term so that we can deal with many of the feelings that led to those riots taking place in the first place being essentially dissipated.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I have no more time for all of you, although the discussion was really fascinating. I just want to say that I think the gist of the things was more surveillance and supervision and law and order, and a lot more influence on the content of the education to make it accessible to young people, more diverse societies as they change. And please God, you will all work to help us all be better societies with less anti-Semitism and hatred. Thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ruth, for that wide-ranging discussion and for your excellent moderation. Thank you. Now we're going to move on. Universities. Everyone's seen what's happened in America, but also, perhaps lesser known, what's happening on campuses across Europe as well. So for our next discussion, which is entitled Hotbeds of Hate or Bastions of Free Speech, we're going to have an important discussion moderated by my dear friend, Mr. Johnny Gold. Johnny, of course, being a journalist, broadcaster, podcaster, and a podcaster of an excellent podcast, which I recommend, called Johnny Gold's Jewish State. So Johnny is going to be leading us forward for the next hour and a bit, discussing over 2 panels the state of universities across Europe right now. Johnny, the floor is yours. Thank you. Yes, I know.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. All my radio bosses throughout my many years in broadcasting said, Johnny, do the afternoon shift, do the graveyard shift. It's when the audiences slightly decline. It's when interest wavers. So for the next hour or so, we're going to inform, educate, and I hope entertain with some great nuggets of information that you might be able to take with you. I've spoken to a number of our delegates in advance of this, and though we may concentrate on some anecdotal problems at universities, we're also going to try and fix it, or at least move towards some ideologues, some ideas that we can move forward and try and tackle what is seemingly out of control. What springs to mind at this point is when Douglas Murray, about a month ago, said, if you send your Ivy League kids to university, it has no credit any longer. And I'm hoping that by the time my single-digit children get to university age, that might be a different situation. So the subject is universities, hotbeds of hate or bastions of free speech. So please, will you welcome to the stage, first of all, Professor Dr. Geraldine Rauch, the president of the Technical University in Berlin. Geraldine. Thank you, Geraldine. And please, will you now welcome the Dean of the Université Libre de Bruxelles, Professor Dr. Marcel Rabinovich. And now, Dr. Adrian Kuhn, he's the director of the Robert Schuman Institute in Madrid. And please welcome the co-president of the Belgian Union of Jewish Students. I might ask him how co-presidency goes among the many questions. Please welcome Mr. Gad De'e. And finally, last but no least, the president of the UEJF at the Sciences Paris, France, the Union of French Jewish Students in Sciences from the University of Paris. Please welcome Emily Zebib. It's great because there's one spare seat for me, so I might start from this scholarly position, but then I might take my seat down with the crew, try and keep this on the level. Can I start with Marcel? Marcel, good afternoon to you. One question which you said was triggering you, and I think triggering is the word. Let's really trigger people into action or into thought, is how can we prepare students for the real world? This is rather frank, isn't it? University is messing about a bit, getting up late, and other such activities which may not seem of the real world, which is the real world being a less safe space than university. Is that really the case?
Well, apparently not.
It isn't, is it?
It isn't, and it should be, because it
should be.
It should be, and I think it used to be. Not, in the small past that just been going on in the light of the events that we have all lived, but it should be a safe place. It should be a place where you should be able to talk with somebody who doesn't agree with you. You should be able to discuss and have debates, and apparently it is not the case anymore. And those debates educate you and kind of prepare you, because you exchange with somebody else that has not the same point of view as you have, and it brings another light on a subject, either subject.
Yeah, I mean, the word university is derived from the word universal. So that means universal values, but it also means universality. We don't have that anymore, do we, Marcel?
I don't think
Or it's threatened, at least.
It's reckoned.
Yeah.
It's reckoned. We did have that. I believe we did have that in the beginning, and not so far away, we still did have that. But I think it shifted with all the events that we have all talked about today. And how can we go back and bring back the safe place and be able to have a dialogue and encounter the other without jumping at his throat and aggressing him, or aggressing him not even on a debate, because you don't even want to go into a debate. That's even the first start that should happen.
Geraldine, good afternoon to you. You're the president of the Technical University of Berlin. As we looked upon Germany after the Second World War, they were the country that firstly dealt with the Holocaust. And I've been talking to Hungarian ambassadors, and they were silenced until the end of the communist era, perhaps in 1991, when they started to refer to what was called the Hungarian Holocaust, even into the 21st century, but not the case in Germany. What is the temperature of Germany now? Is it regressing, or is there still a post-war progressive atmosphere in the country? Just give us a kind of temperature take on what's going on in Germany.
I mean, this is a very general question. It's not only about universities, but it has been said before that there are forces like from the far right, which is increasing also in Germany, which basically say that we should discuss differently about the Holocaust, or even neglect the Holocaust. Or you see that we had debates where in Berlin we have this Holocaust Denkmal, this remember, and there are some people, some very prominent people, who say this is a Mahnmal der Schande, which is really should bring us to the point that we should never forget, and that there's I mean, we will have new elections soon, and this party who contributes to this will be about 20%. So this is really worrying all of us.
Yes.
And therefore, I cannot say that we are only progressive. That would simply be a lie. And we see that in Germany, actually, the debates are very strong and very polarized. So I can just agree with you that every dialogue that is peacefully should be done, even if we do not agree with every position. But which is really dangerous is this polarization, and this is going on in Germany as well.
And what impact is it having on university life? Is it being radicalized in that way? Is there recruitment of students on campus?
I do think so. The thing is that universities are open spaces. We are not protected by walls. And we also see that, like with the demonstrations, that the groups are very heterogeneous. And often what we see or what is reported is that the most radical persons came from outside the universities. Of course, there are also radical persons within the universities, but it can definitely be seen that it's a mixture, and that the universities are more like their tribune for having this radically shown, but it's not always the students from the universities. And this makes it very difficult, because on the one hand, we are all strictly against radicalization. On the other hand, there are also some students who just want to have a dialogue, and there's a mixture. So it's our task as university present to sign the line, to say, here we intervene, here we cannot intervene. And then it's also like difficult because we are not legal expert. And then we have, which is a very good thing for democracy, we have the separation of powers. So we should really say, what can universities do? What do the courts have to do? And what do the politicians or executive has to do? So, but in the medical debate, this is somehow all a mixture of all of us. So in a way, it is expected that universities can solve all the problems in one single attempt, and this is not possible, because we, first of all, have to educate and deal with our students, and of course do everything to make the places safe, but we are all also have to work with courts, with police, with politicians, and we cannot have all the roles in one.
Yes. Dialogue, do you remember that? That's something that we're proud of doing here at the European Jewish Association. I'm going to take a deep dive with someone now born in the 21st century, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mr. Gad De'e, the co-president of the Belgian Union of Jewish Students. How are you doing, Gad?
Hey.
Now, relations between Jewish students and academic authorities is on the down, isn't it? And I remember in my day, in the 80s and 90s, the Union of Jewish Students was a sort of light coat. It was something you wore. Yeah, we're Jews, but we're also part of wider society, which is what I hope we still can be and should be. What's it like now that you have to have relations between the authorities of the universities and Jewish students, because you're young, and suddenly this is an issue of great maturity that you have to pull from your relatively young years?
Yeah, the relation between the students and the Jewish student particularly and the authorities is really hard. They listen to us, they meet with us, but they don't really take actions against anti-Semitism. And the result of this is simple, is that Jewish students don't want to stay anymore in Belgium, don't want to continue to their studies, and all the plans are changing. There is some things that really bad happened on the campus, and nothing really changed. We feel that the authorities fear to stand up for Jewish students, and this is really afraid because it's the beginning of something worse. And also, the Jewish students don't feel safe on campus.
No.
The relations between students are being more and more complicated, but also the relation between our union, the only Jewish association in campus, and other non-Jewish association, they cut all the ties with us because we are Jewish and because we support Israel. And we are now alone on this campus without the support of the authorities. And it's really hard to be a Jewish student now.
And you've been taken on at university. You have fallen victim to a very nasty incident yourself, if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, I was personally aggressed physically on campus because someone recognized me as the co-president of the Belgian Union of Jewish Students. And nothing really changed. Nothing changed. It was the first day of the occupation. They occupied a building in our university. And since that day, they stay, I think, 7 or 6 weeks after my aggression. Then the authorities didn't act against anti-Semitism.
When you come home from term, what do your parents say? Do they say, finish off your course, you can do it on Zoom, go to a university in Israel, or Kol HaKavod, you're a very brave boy, and this is going to build you as a person in the outside world? What do they say to you? They must be scared when you're not at home.
I think they once said the three things in the same time. I think they want us to fight back and not to stay and to watch our campuses just being in that situation. And yeah, I'm trying to fight that, and this is the reason also why I'm the co-president of this organization. And in a moment like that, it's not always easy. But we don't want to let our place in Europe. We have our place here, and we will continue to fight.
Gad Da'eh, thank you very much indeed. We'll come to Emily in just a moment and talk about your experiences and some solutions here, including the word Colombia as well. So we'll talk about that in just a second. But I want to introduce Dr. Adrian Kuhn, who's the director of the Robert Schuman Institute in Madrid. Adrian, the words you've heard so far, do you recognize them in your own educational establishment in Madrid? What's the temperature like in Southern Europe, in the Iberias? What's it like?
Yeah, if you allow me maybe first briefly to reflect why combating anti-Semitism in universities is so important, right? We saw it in sports and culture. Why universities? So there, I think, a few of us left who think that university is not only the place to train young people in the skills they need to survive in a highly competitive job market, but also to educate future citizens of democratic and liberal societies, right? And this should be clear that there's no place for anti-Semitism. And when we look at Spain in concrete, Spain is, as well as Germany and other European countries, highly polarized. And if you see what's happening in Spain, so just 5 weeks ago, these Hamas proxies had a massive show of force at downtown Madrid, 20,000 people. And they didn't select Madrid because Madrid is nice in October and it's warm weather, because they sense that there is a political and social support for their aims. Why is that so? So anti-Semitism in Spain is a thing of the far left, of the populist left. It's Podemos and Sumar. They're part of the government coalition. The Jewish community in Madrid frequently denounces, on a weekly basis, the ministers of the government in a Western European country of anti-Semitism, yeah, by the book. And Podemos, the party, formerly in government, now Sumar, is a spin-off of universities. This was 3 university professors of political science and Complutense University in Madrid, big university, who founded this party. Yeah, and you see how universities, or what happens in universities, is trickling down in society. You know, these are people that are very, very closely formed in Gramsci and cultural hegemony. And you see that Spain is now an outlier on the European basis. Yeah? First, one of the few countries recognizing the Palestinian state. You might remember the Spanish prime minister there, the press conference in Rafah just before the hostages were released. It's in this sense, it's a dire situation, right? Yeah. And this has to do with the interaction about politics, universities. This is an important thing. And this is, I think that Spain is an interesting case study in this sense.
Yeah. I want to talk about Spain as a country with an extremely rich Jewish history. We all know 1492 and all that. And so I'm wondering, Adrian, with your expertise on the ground, Where is the anti-Semitism being fostered? Is it being fostered by a new Muslim population, or is it the Green-Red Alliance, which the white indigenous people are going back into their anti-Semitic roots? They're Ferdinand and Isabella cosplaying and recreating in the 21st century. How does it look in Spain?
Yeah, and you know, I'm as a German, I have an external we. I have Spanish kids though, yeah, and I'm 10 years now in Spain, so I think, you know, I can talk from some experience. And this is really paradox what you say, right? Because I think the Spaniards they're very proud of Toledo, the city of the three cultures, and so on. And there is as well a big political movement as well on the left. They want to copy like the Germans' politic of remembrance, yeah, memory culture regarding the Franco past and the Civil War. Rightly so, right? But then you wonder how, let's say, the Jewish history or the history of the Jews in the Franco regime, or the function the Franco regime had for the Nazi perpetrators of war crime and the end point of the Red Line in Europe. This is not a part. You know, it's very selective, and that's very politically selected history. You know, we want to talk about the victims of the Franco dictatorship, but in this cultural memory renaissance, the Jews are left out. So when I hear debates in Spain about the situation in Israel, about anti-Semitism in universities, what strikes my mind is that Jews don't take part in the conversation. Not in the media, not at university, and this is very interesting.
Very, very worrying. And there's not quite the critical mass of Jewish voice in Spain as there is perhaps in France or in the UK, although I know a little bit about the Spanish Jewish community, having returned into Barcelona in the 50s and Madrid in the 50s. And often they are Jews who were Sephardim, who did leave in 1492, who did come back. Most of them are indeed or many of them are Moroccan Jews who've come home as well.
No,
so.
and you're right. And citizen law changed 5 or 6 years ago. So people who can claim that 500 years ago their ancestors were expelled from the country get the Spanish passport. Yeah. So this is kind of the paradox I described, because there is this understanding, but in the political debate, it's quite a white and black situation, right?
Yes, indeed. Very interesting. Thank you very much indeed, Adrian. And now let's turn to Emily for the first time in the session. It's nice to see you, Emily. Thank you very much. You are the president of the Union of French Jewish Students. How did you get such a big role? It must be the biggest Jewish university student organization in Europe, right? Is it? It must be bigger than the UK, because you've got more Jews in France.
Yes, France hosts the most biggest Jewish community in Europe. And so the French Union of Jewish Students here in France is very active, with thousands of militants here on campus, and actually over 100 just in my university. So, of course, when anti-Semitism became such a huge problem here in campus, we mobilized against this in every university. But in my university, it was an even bigger problem, because when in the political institute in France where I study, where you have accidents of anti-Semitism perpetrated by people that are supposed to be world leaders and tomorrow's world leaders in France, but in all of Europe, all around the world, because the university hosted a lot of international students, it became extremely concerning, because you might think here in the French political institute, people would be open to debate, would be attached to facts, but it is not, because we've had a lot of incidents of mobilizations, pro-Palestinian manifestations, demonstrations, being just full of hate speeches and being just organized to be the platform to hate speeches.
Yeah.
And that was very concerning, and that's why we want to elevate the debate by staying attached to facts,
Yes.
which is becoming harder and harder, even in university.
What a waste of your headspace. You know, you're building a future for yourself. You're building an educational, critical thinking mind, and you have to worry about this sewage, I think, this mess all the time. I want to ask both of you, Gad and Emily, I mean, does it concentrate your mind on your studies? I mean, you know, like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger? Or is it distracting you from your education? You want to go first, Emily?
Well, one of the hardest things about this and about going into university, because my first year of university was last year, just a month before October 7th. And for most young Jewish students like myself, we felt like we've been robbed of our dream of going into university, of going into the university which we prayed to get into. And suddenly we don't feel welcome in her own university, which is her university like any other students on campus. But because some students make us think that we are not welcome anymore and we do not have the right to study alongside them, this is the hardest thing for me.
Yeah, Gad?
Yeah, exactly. Jewish students just want to go to university, to study, to make friends like everyone, just to be normal students. But it's not possible, and we saw tragic things like since the 7th of October. We had, for example, a student that went to a Jewish student who went to in a non-Jewish association, a student association, and they asked him to occupy the building in the day of the 7th of October to commemorate the massacre in Israel. It's really complicated to say that you are Jewish and to integrate the student association.
Yeah, okay, guys. Well, now here is the section of the discussion where we're going to find the solution. Okay, so I'm going to sit down for this bit. Should be good at this, shouldn't I? Emily, in our discussion before the session began, you told me, and I quote, I think the most important point is about the importation of American activism methods and means of mobilization, like we've seen in Colombia, in Europe, and especially in France. I don't know anything about this, and maybe some of the audience doesn't either. Please explain what that is. Fascinating.
Well, my university, Sciences Po, is one of the university hosting the biggest and largest group of international students. And with that comes the importation of foreign methods of activism that we're not really familiar with in France. I think the pro-Palestinian mobilization is nothing new. We've seen it before, October 7th. But we've witnessed a radicalization of the means of activism. And that was seen in Sciences Po with the occupation of the main amphitheater, the historical amphitheater, in which activists were not letting any other student in.
Palestine flags, that sort of thing?
Yes, but also actively targeting visibly Jewish students, Jewish students that were known to be part of French Jewish organization, and actively not letting them in because, and I quote, they're a Zionist, which they have no idea about because they never even wanted to speak to us.
Yeah, it's like a byword for anything they don't like.
Yes,
Isn't
absolutely.
it just anything?
Yes, absolutely, and it's something that we've never seen before in such intensity.
No, so how'd you go Colombian? What's that? What is it?
Yes, because I don't know if many of you are familiar with this, but we've seen tents in Columbia, in New York, with
Columbia University.
yes, Columbia University.
Ah, it's not so exotic now, is it? Oh, okay.
Yes, I was talking about the university. Sorry if it wasn't clear.
Columbia University.
Yes,
Okay.
and those those methods were imported in France, in Paris. Yes, in her.
Okay. So what happened? I mean, because wasn't that the place where they were cosplaying, where they were pretending to get, Starbucks coffee in because they were starving, like it was like the humanitarian aid was being blocked, and oh, get me a blueberry muffin, all these upper class silly kids.
Yeah, those.
With all due respect to anyone in the upper middle class here today.
Yeah, that's what's the most concerning and the most ridiculous, if I might say, is that those students are really privileged to be in this university, which is a private university, which you have to pay to study into. So they're already privileged, and they're acting like they're being targeted and being forbidden from free speech because they can't spread their hateful comments, hateful slogans freely. And it is seen by them as oppression.
But there's less of you, isn't there? There's less of you in order to take these guys on, aren't there? You have to build a coalition of people.
We're covered by them. It's obvious because you see a lot of students taking part in those mobilizations, even though they know nothing about it, and they just discovered what's going on in the Middle East, and they want something to protest about, but they're not attached to facts, as I said.
They don't know what they're talking about. Geraldine, as you sit there and you hear these testimonies from our brave young students in the Technical University in Berlin, and you recognize almost everything that's being said, what are the solutions? How do we start building a coalition to take these people on?
I mean, in principle, at the Technical University, we have been kind of lucky so far because as what you just reported, we heard this from Berlin, but not from the Technical University so far, so I'm very lucky with this. But of course, this is very terrible if there are physical attacks. The thing is, if there is a physical attack, it is you can go to the court. There are legal ways to pursue this. There are other things where it's much more difficult to interrupt. So for me, it would also be interesting to hear about you what you really wish what university authorities should do, because in a way we are also like it's not so easy where you can handle. For example, if there are demonstrations, it depends a lot if they are on the ground. Of course, if they're in the building, this is on the ground of the universities, but there are also some parts which are just near the universities where we've seen at other universities there are tents or demonstrations where we can do basically nothing because this is free, free mobilization, but also the attacks are on the university, although you cannot do anything. So you really have to separate what the universities can do and what they should do. But and I also would like to say there have happened really terrible things also in Berlin. But there are also students who fear about their relatives who are killed in Gaza and who are really just down. And I feel that we also should have empathy with those. And it's also difficult, and it rises the populism, and it rises like the separation if we just say that every people related to Palestinians is like we are against them. Yeah. I think it's very what you said at the beginning. We should try to open the rooms for an open dialogue for those who are peaceful. And if it stopped to be peaceful, there we have to intervene. But it's very difficult to open up the because the media and everything is so explosive, intensive, that it's very difficult to go into this direction where you say, we want to talk with each other. Me personally, I speak with Jewish students. I also speak with Palestinian students. If I talk with them, things they report to me seems very similar sometimes. So I really feel this is not all full of radicalization. But then you see, of course, it's very radical things. For example, the Freie University, they had some people who brought into the president's office and attacked the people there. So this is very terrible. But later on, it turned out that these were people from outside the universities. But still, of course, it affects the universities so much, and of course, it makes people feel unsure about going at universities. So it's very difficult, and we try to work together with all the authorities, from Kurds, from the politicians, to make this very clear what we can do, what others have to do. Yeah.
I'm going to ask a profound thank you for that, Geraldine. That was a very interesting answer, because you've touched on the universality of universities today, where students come from all four corners of the world and they're taught completely schismatic historical narratives, and they've all got to bump their heads together on the same course and come to a conclusion. And you said something there, Geraldine, amid all that common sense, which said we've got to find the peaceful people in there. And Marcel, I wanted to ask you if that is possible among the Palestinian leadership. This is a massive job that you could do, to find a Palestinian leadership in their early 20s that might one day make peace with the indigenous Jewish people of the Middle East.
I don't know if it's possible, but I think this is what we have to try. We all have to give our best to try to keep in the dialogue and to believe in peace.
Yeah,
this is what I really think.
We haven't got any Palestinian partners, have we, Marcel? So this is a massive job for you. You really could become the mothers and fathers of that generation who genuinely could produce a peaceful leadership, a la Abraham Accords, for example.
Well, I think it has to be our goal, I'm afraid. I mean, it might be maybe naive to a certain extent, but I think my goal as a teacher, not as a dean, is transmission. And if I don't transmit those values to my students, then I would have failed. Okay. And so I'm very, very optimistic again, let me say that. And I hope we will find somebody in there that is willing to talk with us. Right now, it is very hard, almost impossible, but it's right now. I'm hoping that in the near future, where I'll still be in the university, I can act in that direction. But I want to say that, the university are only a concentrated version of what's happening in the society. And so we know better or worse than what's happening. And we know bad for hate as the society is. So it would be a mistake to think that we're different than what's happening in the society. We're just concentrating it.
Okay. Look, we've got a few minutes left. So if you've got a question, I'm going to wander into the audience. We are 2.5 hours into this session, and the name President Donald Trump has not been mentioned by anyone yet, so I'm going to mention him because he said something to the world's media on X yesterday, saying if any university does anything anti-Semitic, he'll do something like cut off their funding. He won't tolerate aggression against Jewish students. And I just wanted to add the elephant in the room to the discussion, because Donald Trump might change the temperature here in Europe. Does anyone have a question, or do I have to leave the building really quickly after that? Anyone have a question for me? Perhaps for Adrian, who I'm owed an answer for. Ralph Price is here.
Thank you. My question is to the two student organizations. First of all, I have 3 children myself. 2 of them just started studying, and they both went abroad. They attended the Jewish high school in Brussels, and I think of their entire class, of their entire year, 3 or 4 students went to study in Belgium. That means that 80%, 80% of their classmates all made the same choice to study abroad. And I think that the fear of anti-Semitism also plays a role, and the atmosphere at the universities. So my question to you is, and maybe make it a positive note, hopefully, do you think that this trend can change, or do you think that that the future will bring a bit brighter atmosphere to the universities for Jewish students, or do you think it's definitely lost and it will only get worse?
Hard question. But to be honest, the trend that you are talking about from the university in Belgium, it's not from now. Like students, Jewish students were leaving because the studies in Belgium it's really hard. But now it's increased, and a lot of students just don't want to go to Belgian university, and this is a huge problem. And I think that it will continue to increase if there is not clear red lines for antisemitism. We need a definition. It's simple, but we need to know what it's anti-Semitic or not. We need to use the tools that we have. For example, the university asks every association to ask them if they can organize a demonstration on the campus. They don't ask the permission, and their demonstration, there is a problem. And if these tools they will not use this tool, if there is not clear things that will be done against anti-Semitism, I think the phenomenon will continue to be like what you describe.
And I'm an equal opportunities question finder. We're going right to the back of the room. And from France, it's Natty Langerman who has a question for the panel.
Yeah, so it's for President Rao. So you have spoken about your commitment to fighting anti-Semitism. However, just a few months ago, you liked tweets that portray the Israeli Prime Minister with a swastika. How do you reconcile this contradiction, and why have you decided to remain in your position instead of stepping down?
I have answered this question several times, so I think you should all know about that. But I already said that I liked the sentence, which is about a peace ceasefire, and I didn't looked at this picture. So this is the answer. I can repeat it again. Thank you.
And we have another question here from Mr. Jonas Medov from Germany.
Yes, thank you very much. So I have a question maybe to all of you. We have in Europe, we have in Germany, a lot of international students which are coming not from Germany, which are not coming from European Union. They're coming abroad, they're coming from South America, they're coming from Africa, from Asia, and they have been a part of that demonstration too. And the problem of that students is they are not anti-Semitic, like directly, but they have no idea. They don't have it from their parents. The Solar Association was abroad at the school, at the university abroad. Usually they're not informed at all, especially like the student from South America. And do you think it is a solution? Because you cannot force them like to learn it. It cannot be a part of the studies at the university. You cannot bring them, for example, like to Krakow. The point is, at the school, you have still the possibility to reach them. But by the young people, which having no idea, because their parents often deny like what's happened, that what happened 80 years ago, for example, in Europe at all. Usually they're not informed, or they have a false information. So do you think it is a solution how we can reach these students which are actually directly not informed?
I give that question to Adrian.
Yeah, thank you. So I would, with the diagnosis before, right? This is, I think, for many students, it's an exercise in counterculture who come from the upper middle class, right? I hope that this is the case. And then when we think about universities as places where we as well educate citizens, then maybe we should talk about curriculums, right? So I like the liberal arts curriculum in the Americas, where it's not engineering from year 1 to year 6, but you have some other input, right? Today we heard from Professor Metzen, solution is educate, right? To teach and to educate. But I think it's obvious that this is kind of a problem as well when we see what is taught from some professors. So we have 3 levels of this solution, right? Students, and I think young people, you can make mistakes. It's the counterculture, absurdly identifying Israel with some kind of Leviathan, right? And the Palestinians, this is punk rock hip hop. When it's the other way around, when you look at the situation of Israel in the Middle East, right? Then we have this thing of democratic alliances, you said it, you have to build coalitions, and that is as well of colleagues who are within the democratic discourse and talking to colleagues who teach strange things about the Middle East context, right? About colonization theory and all this kind of stuff in relation to Israel. And then we have to talk about university leadership. Yeah, and I didn't mention that, but in the Conference of Rectors in Spain invited or opened up the possibility for Spanish universities to boycott their Israeli counterparts. And 7 of them did. So this is not very academic, right? This is not very scientific to cut off ties with universities, yeah, which where in Israel very different opinions about the solution of the conflict, about many things. Well, there are university rectors, right? High-standing scientists who change, okay, we cut that off. We cut that off. And this is troubling. You know, I think it is not just done about we teach and we educate. No, we have to look who is teaching, who is educating, and who is concrete positions of people, and building democratic coalitions around them.
You've really set this up for Geraldine, who has the final word.
Thank you so much. But I couldn't stand to comment on your comment on Trump. So at least one person will comment on Trump. I think we all agree that the fight against anti-Semitism is also a fight for humanity. And I can't stand that it's an open question is if a president of the United States can be named in one sentence with a fight for humanity. I think this is just a lie. So I think that with Trump, this is a good fight against anti-Semitism. We really all have to stand for humanity, and if we stand for humanity, we also all have a fight against anti-Semitism. Thank you so much.
So perhaps this generation of teachers, and leaders in university may be able to foster and find the next generation of Palestinian leadership with which we as supporters of Israel, as Zionists and Jews, can make peace in the Middle East. And with that, I want to thank very much Professor Dr. Geraldine Rauch, Professor Dr. Marcel Rabinovich, Dr. Adrian Kuhn, Monsieur Gad Dae, and Ms. Emily Zelbib. Thank you very much indeed, distinguished panel. Thank you. Well, they've kept me on. That's good. And this one is just as a hotter topic as campus anti-Semitism. This is the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and its role in universities. What's the problem? And also we'll throw in the spanner, which is often talked about here, the Jerusalem Declaration, which we're going to get an opinion from our distinguished guests now about how much that opens the door to BDS, to Palestinianism, to anti-Zionism. Isn't the IRA definition good enough? What is the purpose of the Jerusalem Declaration, if not to spoil it? So will you please welcome 4 more guests to our panel here, to our front here at the European Jewish Association from the University of Ghent in Belgium. Please welcome Professor Martin Baudry. And this is a very interesting guest that we'll get a perspective on for his mastery of multiple languages. And when you speak a foreign language, you can really deep down dive into an understanding of narratives from very, very schismatic and different areas. He is the chair of Arabic and Semitic Studies from the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg in Germany, Professor Dr. Lutz Ezard. Welcome, sir. And please welcome to the stage a student and Middle East editor of the Geopolitics Forum at King's College London, Monsieur Aurel Tobelem. And finally, the co-president of the Belgian Union of Jewish Students. There's the co-presidency once again. Please welcome Ms. Gabrielle Pioca. Welcome to you, one and all. Again, the same format. I'll stand here for a bit, and then I will sit down with the crew, and then you will have a chance to answer your questions. Can I talk, to Professor Dr. Lutz Ezard, first of all? Good afternoon to you. Lutz, this is great, because you mentioned Natan Sharansky. There's a name I like to enjoy saying here at the European Jewish Association. You talked about, with me in advance of the session, Sharansky's 3D rule when it comes to political discourse about Israel. This is in advance of the IRA definition, isn't it? This is kind of the birth, if you like, the beginnings of it. While the IRHE definition of anti-Semitism meets the criteria against anti-Semitism, the Jerusalem definition, which I've just mentioned, in large parts is problematic in respect, especially with respect to the BDS. And while I ask this question, I want everyone to know that Lutz is a linguist and philologist working with both Arabic and Hebrew sources, especially interested in the linguistic surface of anti-Semitic statements, the polemical abuse of the term Zionist or Zionism in Middle Eastern political discourse. And as a German, you care very much about your collective responsibility for the safety of Israel and the Jewish people in general. So thank you for that. But also this 3D rule, just tell us what Sharansky was on about.
I think it has been mentioned before, discrimination, demonization, and especially the application of double standards in connection with criticism of Israeli politics is something to be avoided. If I may briefly go back to my own student days, I will never forget when in the 80s I wanted to buy my first flight ticket ever to Israel. I went to a kind of leftist student organization travel agency and asked them, well, can you organize a ticket for me? And then they answered me, no, well, we don't sell tickets to Israel. Then my immediate answer was, well, are there any other countries you don't sell tickets to? And they said, yes, South Africa. And here we go. So we have the cliche of Israel being an apartheid state, and the problem of the misguided abuse of terms such as in this case apartheid, but also colonialism. I would also argue occupation and other terms, and of course not only in European languages, but also in Arabic or Persian, or also documents submitted, by the way, to the United Nations by states where you have an abundance of abuse of the, especially of the term Zionism as a code word for well, essentially Jewish politics, and no matter what the background is. And what struck me was going back to the sources of Zionism's authors like Ahat Ha'am, Natan Birnbaum, and others, and even Zev Jabotinsky. They all argued for peaceful coexistence with their Arab neighbors.
Sure.
So to invoke Zionism in a negative way is the last thing that would be reasonable, also from an Arab perspective, by the way.
Right.
So maybe I'll leave it at that.
We'll come back to that.
Thank
That
you.
is very interesting. Oh, this apartheid word for Israel, it makes me sick. It probably makes you sick as well. You could go back in a time capsule, Lutz, and tell them, hang on, there were 2 players in the Israel team that beat France and Belgium, and they were called Mohammed. Okay, exactly. And Israel beat Belgium 1-0, okay, and drew in France 0-0. So that's 4 points from 6 games against 2 of the best teams in the world and 2 clean sheets. And if you like your football, you'll know what a clean sheet is, and there were 2 of them. So well done, the Israeli national football team, and well done for having 2 players called Mohammed in there, and they weren't the only Muslim players in the libel of the apartheid state that Israel always gets talked about. I'm now going to bring in Professor Martin Boudry, the University of Ghent in Belgium. Martin, a very warm welcome to you. And you wanted to talk about the demonization of Israel and the rise of anti-Western ideology at our European and American universities, and specifically in relation to, in your university, the formal anti-Israel boycott at Ghent. That must have been extremely painful for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I was extremely disappointed and also surprised by the decision of my university a couple of months ago to impose a formal boycott on all Israeli academic institutions. I actually know the rector personally, and I didn't see it coming. So to backtrack a little bit, I've been vaguely aware of this post-colonial ideology for quite some time, already before the 7th of October, but I didn't really take it very seriously. I mean, there's some talk about decolonizing the curriculum, for example, and sometimes that means in my field, for example, that you pay more attention to non-Western philosophy. And that's, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that per se. But then after the 7th of October, I think, of course, there was the initial shock of the events, although that was not very surprising. I mean, Hamas is a genocidal death cult. So, of course, if you give them the slightest chance, they're going to massacre and torture innocent civilians. But then a couple of days later, I became aware of some very disturbing reactions from my colleagues, and not just the people from the post-colonial studies, but some people whom I had taken to be voices of moderation, not just centrist, progressive voices. And unfortunately, the pressure on the university must have been so overwhelming that even though the rector, I think, initially took a strong stance against the demands for a boycott, eventually he caved in to pressure. Because basically what happened is we have a human rights commission at the university, which, I mean, to make a long story short, has been hijacked by some of these people from post-colonial studies, people with very anti-Western ideology. And they recommended in a report that all ties with all Israeli universities should be severed. Not only that, but they also wrote another report about the collaboration with Birzeit University in Palestine. Now we're talking about the double standards here. They recommended continuing that bilateral agreement with Birzeit University and even strengthening it And in case you don't know, this is a university on the West Bank where Hamas has a dominant presence on campus, where Israeli Jews are not allowed on campus, where several buildings are named after terrorists. So, I mean, this is an outrageous double standard that is being implemented here.
They'd get killed. I mean, let's make that absolutely clear. Any Jewish student that was in Judea and Samaria at an Arab university would be lynched, would be killed immediately.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with.
So I'm frankly so disgusted by the behavior of my own university that, I mean, you introduced me as a professor. Technically speaking, I'm not a professor, and I don't even have a position at the university anymore.
Should we stick with it?
So I'm not sure if I'm going to return because anti-Semitism is basically the official policy of the university now, according to the IRA definition.
Okay. And we'll come back to the ridiculous idea of globalizing the Intifada in countries where we have comparative peace on the streets. And with that in mind, let's talk to Aurel Tobel, and welcome, Aurel, welcome to the stage. The role of the university in communicating and enforcing the values that it wishes to uphold, especially given that, mentioned this in the last panel, you may not, the students come from everywhere and they don't have the same narrative they don't share those values, but at some point they have to coalesce around certain universal values. University, we're all here aged 18 and above to try and advance ourselves in education. There have to be like, I don't know, like a 7 Noahide laws of something that a university stands by, irrespective of these radical differences that every student has.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Johnny, and thank you for hosting this panel. May I just say that I find it, frankly, ridiculous and absurd and appalling, really, that in 2024, in Europe, in Poland more specifically, an hour's drive away from Auschwitz, where 1 million people were killed by the Nazi machine, I should have to be on a panel and speak about why universities are failing to protect their Jewish students once again. I think that's an issue that is very jarring to me, and I've been thinking about it pretty much all day. And yes, it stems from a failure to really enforce a culture. Universities might adopt the IHRA definition, and the ones who haven't adopted it, 43 British universities, according to the Campaign Against Antisemitism. I don't particularly know what they're thinking or how they prioritize their Jewish students. Perhaps they don't. That's also the issue. But I think when it comes to how we protect Jewish students while also maintaining this cultural dialogue and cultural interchange where freedom of expression is allowed and fostered, we do have to address quite an unfortunate elephant in the room here, which is that anti-Semitism, despite efforts that are considerable efforts, monumental, I would say, that are being made by modern peace initiatives such as the Abraham Accords, to address the anti-Semitism problems in the Middle East, it remains persistent. It remains, I would say, almost primordial in this case. And when you have students who subscribe to ideologies that originate from this region, namely Pan-Arabism and Islamism, and they don't necessarily have to be from the region itself, you have a problem. Because Jewish students are very small populations on campus.
We need help, don't we?
Yes, we do. And the students who subscribe to these ideologies, you can see it from the protests, they are far more numerous, they are far more powerful, they have considerable resources. Some of them might even be state-backed by powers like Iran and the state of Qatar. And so what we have is essentially an army of ideologues battling it out in a war of attrition against Jewish students. And where does the university fit into all this? Well, it should be the role of the university to determine, communicate, and enforce, and enforcement is the big word here, to enforce the values they seek in the culture they wish to create on campus,
rather than allowing those who are far louder, who are far more numerous, who are far better at communicating their own values to determine what is and isn't enforced. Because if universities fail to do that, then Jewish students like myself are at a loss.
Sorry to lead the clapping there. Gabrielle Piorca, but you deserved it, Aurel. And Gabrielle, welcome to the panel. Academic authorities adopting the IHRA definition. I actually have a bit of experience of this. I was the director of the Aston Villa Supporters Trust. Just the Aston Villa bit, not the Supporters Trust bit. And they all thought, oh yeah, you know, the clubs adopted it. Well done, Villa. So we'd better adopt it. And the next day, there was a huge Twitter pylon about me and defending Israel over the Gaza war. The guys wouldn't defend me when I demonstrated to them that these, you know, multitude of tweets were, you know, in breach of the IRA definition. And they, if any of you know the English comedy Dad's Army, you know, you'll know that Wilson said, oh, you know, do pipe down, everyone. They didn't mention me. They should have said something like, you know, Johnny Gould's a member of our gang, you know, stand down, otherwise you'll be kicked out of the supporters trust. They didn't do that. They fed me to the wolves, and I thought, I can't do this anymore. So I decided, as the father of a London-based Jewish family, that I would go and fed up. So it's just like lip service, the IRA definition, isn't it? Because, you know, there's one thing saying, oh yeah, you know, we really believe in the IRA definition. It's quite another thing actually implementing and saying, you know, these are our values. Because if they don't implement it, then they're just words, just lip service. It's like the last session we had here, lip service or true meaning.
Yes. First of all, I want to add up on something that was said on the previous panel. Whatever is happening on campuses is a very intense reflection of what's happening in society as a whole. So what I mean by that is the way anti-Semitism transformed on campuses, we can also see it happening in society. And there's a crucial need of adopting a definition, let alone the IRA one, because anti-Semitism transformed and changed and adapted to the context. And now what we see is hatred towards Jews is acceptable because of the war in Gaza. So people who want to dissociate completely anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, I would say that if ever you want to dissociate them completely, being anti-Semitic became acceptable because of anti-Zionism. So now it is acceptable to attack Jews in the streets, on campuses, because there is a war in Gaza, because they are against the Israeli government, or just because Jews have an emotional link with Israel. And so what we do on campus is trying to make the rectorate, the academic authorities, adopt the IRA definition in order to have a framework in which we can sanction and condemn anti-Semitic acts. Because without this framework, without a clear definition of what is acceptable and what is not, it's impossible to protect Jewish students, and it's impossible to bring these universal values that every university should aim to. So the IRA definition would be the ideal framework to address anti-Semitism and the way it appears today.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much for your bravery at university, your generation, what you have to put up with. You know, really, it's quite something. We'll come back to that in a moment. Can I talk to Lutz, first of all? Let's talk about the Jerusalem Declaration, which followed not long after the IRA definition. It was a way of saying, well, hang on, we've got to kind of pop a little bit of an anti-Zionism Achilles heel into the debate, hadn't we? And we better compete toe-to-toe with the IRA definition. Is that a fair analysis of what the Jerusalem Declaration is, sir?
would totally agree with you. We already mentioned BDS, but another very unfortunate feature of the Jerusalem definition is that it refers, I think I'm not a lawyer, but in my view wrongly, refers to the right of free speech, which would not forbid, violent speech or even obscene speech. It basically says, well, criticism doesn't have to stick to any standards, and I cannot understand why this would be a reasonable way to go. I recently had the good fortune to listen to a lecture by the Jewish German historian Michael Wolfson, and who actually compared the some of the Jewish signatories to the Jerusalem definition to Jews in the 19th century, who thought that baptism was the way to go, to be acceptable in society. I think this was an interesting comparison, which of course one could discuss, but yes, I would disagree. There are definite knockout criteria in the wording of the Jerusalem definition, and let's not forget the IHRA definition. Also, I mean, it doesn't rule out criticism per se of Israel, but says if so, it has to be criticism that would also be leveled against any other country, yeah, right? So you cannot single out one country just as the travel agency did.
Yeah.
And so that's the whole point.
Sure. Martin, I'm going to quote your direct words to me in advance of the session here today, that pure anti-Semitism plays a role in this as well, through the pandering to the rabid anti-Semitic groups such as Hamas and Hezbollah. Do these people know the peril and plague that they would bring to their peaceful streets in Europe post-war should Hamas and Hezbollah be represented in our parliaments and in our streets?
No, I'm afraid they're completely clueless. So yeah, I was making that point because I do think, and perhaps this is one potential source of disagreement with some of the people in this room. I think although pure anti-Semitism obviously is the driving force behind a group like Hamas or Hezbollah, I think in the case of some of these quote-unquote progressive students and fellow academics, they genuinely believe that there's not an anti-Semitic bone in their body. And the reason, and it is an annoying wrinkle in the discussion, because I can always point to some Jewish allies. We have them in Belgium, I'm sure you have them in Poland and in Germany and everywhere else. You have anti-Zionist Jews.
Yeah.
And so they say that they feel very welcome in these pro-Palestinian demonstrations as long as they completely dissociate themselves from Zionism. It's not a problem at all. And I think that makes these people believe, I think in all sincerity, that it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. And that's why I wanted to bring up that point about anti-Western ideology, because I think leaving aside Hamas and Hezbollah, and there is indeed a complete inability on the part of these progressive Westerners to just adopt the perspective of these religious lunatics. I mean, they just see them as freedom fighters or whatever. They're not interested in their ideologies, just completely dismiss it. But I think the main reason why the progressive left has turned against Israel, I think, is not so much like pure Jew hatred. It's mostly a hatred of Western civilization. And I think Israel is only is only being targeted to the extent that it serves as a proxy for Western civilization. And some of these students have actually made that explicit. I read a quote from the Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine or something like that. Like, we are Western students who want to tear down Western civilization. That's basically what it is for them. And that also, and I think that's really where their hatred is coming from. And these anti-Zionist Jews that are sometimes part of their groups serve as a sort of fig leaf or excuse to say, see, it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. How dare you accuse me of something that is so evil and outrageous to me?
Exactly, a human shield, a fig leaf for their opinions and their views. Aurel, King's College London, that august institution. You'll tell me a little bit about its history, but unfortunately in 2024, you tell me that your institution is actively enabling terrorism. How are they doing that?
Well, yes, unfortunately.
They are, aren't they?
There have been cases where academics have made statements or either in seminars or online that were either supportive or actively encouraging of acts of terrorism. There's one case in particular that rings to mind. Unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to disclose any names, nor would I want to. One academic who taught me last year, who is actually in the UK on a work visa, and while in class, she can be found distributing Hamas manifestos to students, and
actual Hamas with the word Hamas on it, or
published in November 2023, justifying the October 7th attacks.
Right.
Yes.
And what do the students? I mean, is there still critical thinking amongst your pals in class? They want to rip this up, or what do they do with
Well,
it?
unfortunately, in this very specific case, critical thinking is not a requirement for success in that
Right.
class. Critical thinking is actually something which would be non-conducive to the intentions of the seminar tutor. Outside of seminars, she can be found online on her Twitter page with approximately 20,000+ followers, preaching the glorification of Hamas. There is an ongoing investigation into her, which I hope will be concluded very soon with positive results. And I do applaud the university for recognizing the gravity of the issue. Although I would question the fact or the very idea of hiring this woman in the first place, when it was already known via social media that she had celebrated kidnappings of Israeli teenagers. I think that there is something to be said about the way in which we actually vet academics for behavior or past statements that might end up creating a really hostile environment for Israeli and Jewish students in which they are made to feel accountable for every crime that has ever occurred.
Existed. And Aurel, do we not have a problem, correct me if I'm wrong here, that anti-Zionism is somehow a protected ideology in law in England?
Yes, although
what's wrong with us?
Although what I would say is that
there a caveat to that?
There is, because, well, if anti-Zionism is a protected belief, then so must be Zionism. Okay.
Hooray.
And people often don't realize that Zionism is not a monolithic ideology. It has articles that you find elements of what I would call proto-Zionism, or the articles of Zionism in Jewish philosophy dating back 1,000, 2,000 years. Poetic anthologies by one of the greatest Sephardi poets, Rabbi Abraham ben Meir ibn Ezra, for example, who lived in the 11th and 12th centuries, talks about precisely in one of his poems, Hashev lemizrach letzvi, restore the splendor of the East. Okay, and the splendor of the East is, of course, the Jewish right to self-determination and sovereignty in our ancestral homeland, as you talk about the indigenous Jewish people, and the attempt in universities increasingly in Europe and across the globe to deny Jewish students their right to alleviate themselves of historical suffering by identifying very strongly with the modern day state of Israel is simply intolerable and inappropriate, and a very big stain on the history of academia.
I was witness to a speech which Ambassador Ilan Carr made in our House of Parliament. He was then the anti-Semitism Tsar, and he said that the first utterances of Zionism were in Parshas Lech Lecha. And, let's make it contemporary as well. In Britain, in the 70s, Boney M had a #1 with By the Rivers of Babylon, where we sat down, we wept when we remembered Zion, which is, of course, an old psalm as well.
Psalm 127.
Psalm 120?
127,
all the numbers and facts here with Aurel. So now we're coming to the session's end, and then the big questions now are going to come from the panel and from the floor here. Who has a question for our distinguished panel? Ellen? Ellen van Praag has a question.
I have a question and a remark. I start with my remark. I feel that all the universities in Europe and the United States are not able to protect our Jewish children. I think it's an atrocity and shameful, because I feel that our students should have a safe place to live, to learn, and to work together with everybody else. My question to you, the two students, please. How do you feel that you, with your strength and your courage, can do something to be able to live and study at university without the harassments we face?
Gabriella, will you answer that question for us?
Thank you very much for your question. I think the importance of a student organization is on two levels. The first one is how we can bring a place where Jewish students feel safe, where they feel supported, where they can join other Jewish students or non-Jewish students that feel unsafe also on campus. And that is a huge part of what we can bring into the university space, in order for Jewish students to feel safe again and to be able to pursue their studies. The second level is also the importance of every time something is happening, we keep on reporting it. We are always very reactive and always reporting anti-Semitic acts with the hope and also asking for the adoption of a clear definition in order to have a guideline to sanction anti-Semitism. And I think it's very important, even though the situation is very dramatic, it's very important to keep on doing this, to keep on believing that with this energy, we will be able to, in the future, pursue our studies like every other student on campus. And I think that is also a huge, because we believe it is possible, because we're not desperate, it's also something that pushes us to keep on studying, also to leave university and to be able to be real actors in our future career, and also to try and change the situation.
Gabrielle, thank you very much indeed. And the next question from the floor comes from Andy Vermont. He's busy typing, sorry to interrupt you, read your article.
I have two questions. A question for Mr. Tobelim. This professor who was spreading pamphlets of Hamas, is this professor still at work? And have colleagues of her also taken actions? How do the Jewish students feel when they have to face a professor as this? And then I had another question for Maarten. You said that anti-Semitism is now part of the policy of the Ghent University. How do colleagues, professors, work in this environment? And how do they want to be associated with the university as this kind of policy? These are my two questions.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Well, to answer your question, yes, to the best of my knowledge, she still is employed by the university, and she is also a program lead for one of the joint honors programs in my Department of History. I am not particularly sure of how other Jewish students would react to what she is saying. But I have spoken with students in general who are not Jewish, who are very concerned by some of the statements that were made, who are very concerned by some of the material that was shared in class. And I think the best case scenario that could come from this is for her employment to be terminated and for her visa to be revoked for spreading terrorist ideology to impressionable young students. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I actually organized an open letter against the boycott of Israeli universities and published it in a Flemish newspaper at first and then translated to English. It's available on the Quillette website and then later on Academic Engagement Network. And what really struck me is that when I was sending out invitations to some of my colleagues, whom I suspected to be, sympathetic to the argument, I had a very hard time getting anyone to sign the document. Some of them just didn't agree, of course, and then you can have a good faith disagreement, and then it's resent you for not signing a document that you don't agree with. But then there were plenty of colleagues who actually told me in private, just have some of these emails, I completely agree with your argument, but please don't ask me to sign this because I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't want to open this can of worms. I'm gonna get a lot of shit over me. And I know it's true, but I've been deplatformed twice at the University of Amsterdam because of my Zionist views in a panel that had nothing to do with Israel at all, but was about evolutionary biology. I have had students who were emailing the rector and all my colleagues trying to cancel me, trying to persuade the director to basically fire me or to take sanctions against me. So I know that there are real social consequences when you speak up against anti-Semitism. So on the one hand, it's hopeful that there are actually more people that agree with us than you might suspect, but they're invisible because they don't dare to speak up.
In which case, Martin, can I say thank you on behalf of everyone here for the brave stand that you make, the silent majority, but you are a very public majority. So thank you, Martin.
May I also, I'm sorry, may I also address this,
yes, please.
This last point? In addition to what my colleagues said, my experience in Germany is, while it is uncontroversial to attack or highlight right-wing anti-Semitism, and to a certain degree, left-wing anti-Semitism, it is in my country very tricky to raise the subject of Islamist or Muslim anti-Semitism without being labeled, a right-wing wacko or so. I don't know whether this experience is comparable to neighboring European countries, but this is something I wanted to mention. And also briefly, if I may, one of the issues today, of course, is how to counter biased misinformation. And I would like to advertise a project initiated by my colleague in Erlangen, Ina Wolovic, which presents information in a postcard format where where the abuse of certain terms like genocide or colonialism is debunked and explained in a concise way, also with a view to the younger generation, because we also want to think of school children who should be caught at an early stage, and where anti-Semitism and misconception should be counted at an early stage. And both of us, Ina and myself, have QR codes where you can get closer information, and these postcards are available so far in English, German, and Spanish, but versions in Arabic, Turkish, Russian, certainly an important clientele in this context, are also on their way and will be posted online. So please feel free to contact us regarding this project.
Thank you very much. We haven't got long to go, but I do want to fit in a question from Dr. Joshua King for Martin.
Thank you so much. My question is about whether you believe that universities change somehow, or ideologically speaking, the way that people are thinking about society, history, reality has changed. And I'm thinking, as I ask you this question, about your words about focusing on Western civilization and the way that people are talking about society today. How can we fight against antagonism towards Western civilization and the values we share? And do you believe that there has been a cultural shift, an ideological cultural shift? And if so, why? I know it's a huge question, but I wonder if you have thoughts.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. I have a lot of thoughts, but I will have to be very brief. I'm actually writing a book on this that is called The Betrayal of Enlightenment, and it's tracing the different tributaries of this grand stream of anti-modernity, anti-enlightenment, anti-Westernism. A bunch of French intellectuals in the 60s, Foucault, Derrida, Richard Rorty in the US, that became known as the postmodernists. That's one tributary in that river. Then there's this post-colonial thinking that I already mentioned. Frantz Fanon is extremely important for many of these activists, like the dividing the world in a class of oppressors and a class of victims. And then, of course, there can be only one oppressor, and that's Western civilization. And any enemy of my enemy is automatically my friend, etc., etc. So that explains why they sympathize with groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, even though, of course, I mean, these people would gladly kill you if they get the slightest chance. So I'm not going to give a long-winded answer, but I think the most fundamental reason why there has been a cultural shift, I think at bottom, the reason why so many people are biting the hand that feeds them, which is of course what they're doing because they're paid by Western governments, by taxpayers' money. They're living in Western civilization. The reason why all of that is happening is, I think, fundamentally because Western civilization, free societies, are the only type of society that allows that. You shouldn't try that in Russia. You shouldn't try to bite the hand that feeds you in Russia or in Iran or in China or any of the other societies. And because there's so many opportunities for this type of posturing, I mean, to pretend to be against Western civilization, because of course they're still enjoying all the benefits of Western civilization, of modernity. They're living in prosperity and in affluence. But I think this is, yeah, it's part of it. I think is just posturing, but and when it's pure posturing, I think it's mostly harmless. But I think when it comes to a nation like Israel, which is literally threatened by enemies that are determined to wipe it off the map, then it really becomes extremely serious. And this is something that deluded progressive Westerners no longer understand, because it's been almost 80 years that they had to deal with an existential threat to their societies. So they have no idea what it means to live in a society that's surrounded by eliminationist enemies that just want to kill you.
Martin, that brings an end to the session. Thank you very much. Sorry. Can you do it in 20 seconds?
Yes, I
really?
Can. So what I would say actually is very much in agreement with Martin, but also that the discourse academically has shifted from what are our values to why should we have them? And any idiot, unfortunately, can create a perfectly reasonable frame of reference in which the atrocities of Hamas, the tyranny of Hezbollah, and the puppeteering of the Islamic regime in Iran is justified. And that spells trouble for Jewish students.
Thank you very much indeed. That was a great panel, wasn't it? Please give them a round of applause. Professor Martin Baudry, Professor Dr. Lutz Ezard, Mr. Aurel Tobelem, and Ms. Gabriela Pioca. Thank you very much indeed for such a great panel. Much appreciated to all of you.
Wow. Thanks to all our panelists for that last discussion, and a special thanks to Johnny Gold for such masterful moderation and for keeping everyone engaged and involving everyone. Johnny, superb. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been quite a long afternoon, And we're going to finish off this symposium with our last panel discussion, which is going to be moderated by a dear friend of the European Jewish Association, Mr. Ralph Pace, who's the Vice President of the Judes Informati and Documentati Centrum. For those who are listening with Dutch or Flemish speakers, I do apologize for mangling your wonderful language. Ralph will introduce the next panelists for you. Ralph, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished guests, dear rabbis, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and our wonderful panelists. A very warm welcome to this important panel on keeping Jewish communities safe and schools hate-free. For those of you who still have no idea who I am after the introduction of Alex, well, you're not alone. I sometimes wake up in the morning, look in the mirror and ask myself the same thing. But please allow me to shortly introduce myself. My name is Ralph Pace. I'm born and raised in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, and I reside in Brussels in Belgium since over 20 years, and indeed have the privilege to serve as the Vice President of JID, which is translated into English, the Jewish Information and Documentation Center, whose mission is to fight against anti-Semitism. And we are indeed very good friends and have strong bonds with the European Jewish Association, who we admire a lot and who do wonderful work. It's both an honor and a privilege to moderate this important session for you today. And I know it's the final panel, it's 5:20 p.m. and we're standing between you and your evening plans or perhaps a little deserved nap. But don't worry, we're here to make this discussion as engaging and lively as possible. So think of this as the grand finale, the cherry on the top of your conference cake, okay? After all, they say we always keep the best for last. So please let me introduce our esteemed panelists. First of all, His Excellency, Mr. Burkhard Jung. Mr. Burkhard Jung is the Lord Mayor of Leipzig in Germany, and he's the president of the European City Network Eurocities. Leipzig, have a seat, yes, of course. Leipzig, which is a cultural hub with a population of around 600,000, has a rich history and a strong commitment to memory culture. We're going to speak about that in a while, and promoting Jewish life. Herzlichen willkommen, Oberbürgermeister Jung. The second panelist is Miss Maria Klaman. Please give her an applause. Miss Maria Klaman is the Deputy Mayor of Krakow here in Poland. And Krakow is home to about 800,000 residents and known for its vibrant cultural heritage and significant Jewish history. Witaj, Miss Klaman. I do my best in Polish as well. Welcome. Our third guest is His Excellency Mr. Yanis Armeftis. I don't even have to ask for applause anymore. He has a whole fan club with him. That's wonderful. And Mr. Armeftis is the mayor of Limassol in Cyprus. Limassol with some 200,000 residents, a beautiful city, which prides itself on its diversity and inclusion efforts. So, Kalo Sorisma, Mr. Armeftis. And then we have Miss Bettina Emmerling. Welcome. So Ms. Bettina Emmerling is the counselor and head of the Education Commission of the Vienna City Council, Vienna in Austria, with a population of 2 million people, which continues to lead in educational reforms. Guten Tag und herzlichen Willkommen. And then, last but not least, we have Ms. Sarah Wettergren. Ms. Wettergren is counselor responsible for education in Malmö in Sweden. Malmö with around 350,000 inhabitants and very actively working towards a safer and more inclusive community. Varmt välkommen, Ms. Wettergren. So, ladies and gentlemen, now that we've set the stage, let's dive into the serious and important work of ensuring our communities are safe and that our schools are free of. The first subject I would like to speak about is the current situation in your cities and the initiatives that are being taken. And if I may, I would like to start with you, Mr. Young. Could you please describe for us the current state of anti-Semitism and hate incidents, if so, in Leipzig, and what initiatives Leipzig has been taken and what has been implemented to combat hate and anti-Semitism, and also how those initiatives have evolved over time?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Well, I try to give a short introduction. Hate is growing, that's the truth, because young kids, the youngsters, are coming from different states, from different countries, and with different cultural backgrounds, and so it comes together, and in schools, in public spaces, you see the growing of hate speech, of anti-Semitism. The city of Leipzig has tried over the years, over the decades, to be very active in the responsibility for this subject. And I see four pillars we have to act, we have to work for. So first, we need and we have a concept for remembrance. Mm-hmm. For example, to make every year on special days to remember, for example, the pogrom of the 9th of November, or the 27th of the liberation of Auschwitz, some special things like, we call it Stolpersteine.
Yeah. It's a very beautiful initiative which we have all over Europe.
So you need a concept for remembrance, and we have had a council decision for that. We have to combat very strongly, very clear, every anti-Semitism we notice. So we have to report to the police. We have to be very clear to give no room for any anti-Semitism. Third thing, I think we have to promote the Jewish life in our city, a normal life. The hope is it has to be very normal. We have a cultural center in our city, the Ariovich Center. It's a cultural community center with many issues and subjects and cultural activities. We support it, and we try to live in a very normal way together, though I think it's one of the best ways to prevent anti-Semitism, to be a normal partner in a normal life. And so the fourth thing is we have to prevent. We have to be in a very active prevention. We have an external advice center at the Ariovich House. We have to give projects in schools, in youth clubs, and so on. So I could give you a list of this, and I think in this 4 sectors, you can be very active and pre-active in your society to be clear and to be very conscious about this issue.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Regarding the last point, which is a very important one, which is the heritage of Holocaust Memorial. I know because we have the honor today to have Ms. Regina Schlusny with us today, who does a very important work. She goes to schools to teach about her story and in general about the Holocaust. And she told me recently something which was very shocking, which is that in some schools in Belgium, they don't want her to come any longer because it could hurt feelings of some of the students. Do you also have those kind of problems in Germany?
I don't know in Germany, but until yet, not in my city. It's working very good. You see, if you are very emotional and if you have the facts and be emotional, you can reach the youngsters.
Right.
I think that's the secret.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Wettergren, may I ask you, how would you describe the current situation, if you can introduce a little bit the current situation in Malmo regarding hate, anti-Semitism, and also if there are any recent incidents or trends that you see which are maybe concerning, which you would like to tell us something about?
Well, for you who maybe don't know, I mean, Malmö is a very diverse city. We have like 340,000 inhabitants, and about half of our pupils in compulsory school, which is about around 40,000, they have another background in Swedish. Quite a lot of them actually are coming from either Middle East or Palestine. They have a Palestine background. So we have quite big Palestine community in Malmö. And of course, I mean, so if you go back before October 7, I would say that the anti-Semitism in Malmö, it has its roots in the society coming from Middle East. Of course, I mean, there is also, I mean, extreme right, but mostly I would say it's an extreme left too, but I would say mostly it is a consequence of the immigrant population. So I would say that we have had anti-Semitism quite, I mean, it has been quite tangible in Malmö, so we have worked a lot with it. When I took over 6 years ago, we decided to do an investigation to find out how big is the problem. We found out that there were lots of Jewish students or pupils who actually they didn't feel safe at schools. So we took a lot of measures to provide this and to work actively with anti-Semitism in the schools in Malmö. We had, for example, we had coordinators for anti-Semitism working directly with the schools, working with conflicts at schools.
Are those measures successful so far?
Yeah, I mean, the thing was that they were really, I mean, I could really start seeing a change. And also we sent a lot, not all, but every year we sent pupils in a 9th degree. We sent them to these memory trips to Auschwitz, which also was very appreciated. We had resource material, and actually even before October 7, we had resource material touching the subject about Palestine and Israel and Palestine, because we saw that many of the conflicts rising in the schools was because of this conflict, and this conflict also then led to anti-Semitism. So yeah, before October 7, we actually, I think we saw tangible change in the schools, and it was very, like for the year before October 7, I hardly even didn't hear any conflicts at schools. But then came October 7, and after that, everything has changed. Yeah,
right.
And it was a huge backlash. So I think we had to start from almost zero again.
Right. Not an easy job. Mr. Armeftis, what specific policies and initiatives has Limassol implemented to combat anti-Semitism and ensure that the Jewish community is safe? Can you tell us a little bit more of your local situation?
First of all, I would like to thank for the kind invitation to join you here to Krakow, a city that profound significance of our collective memory, a place where the echoes of the history remind us both the heights of the human resilience and the depths of human suffering. Limassol, fortunately, have not witnessed any anti-Semitic incident. Limassol is a vibrant, multicultural city, diverse city, and actually our diversity is our strength that want to look the future. Limassol is very close to Israel, actually where this city with Haifa. And now our vision is to sustain such a city, but a city that embraces everyone, a city where all individuals, regardless of their background, they can live and so they can coexist together.
Okay, but diversity is something that many European cities have, of course. Is there any specific tip maybe that you have for other cities why you say that there's not so many anti-Semitism in your city? Does that have to do with from which immigration people come because it's diverse, or do you have any idea about that?
Look, of course, as you know, Cyprus, there is also face a problem, is a divided island. So actually we can feel and we can understand the differences. I have a personal background that actually my father was assassinated in '74 with Cypriots, Greek Cypriots. So I think the coexistence is a very strong thing, and so have to face all these problems. And because Limassol is always had its influence and welcome people from Lebanon, people now from Israel, a lot of people from Eastern Europe. Is actually the population is more than 30% is expats, so they can live together, and especially after the war with Ukraine, more than 30,000 came in the last 2 years. These numbers maybe are a little, few, but in a population of 300,000, as metropolitan city of Limassol is a very huge numbers. So, and I think the culture is one main strong thing that with dialogue can face all the problems together within a democratic society. Personally, I have very good friends from Israel and in the center of Limassol, or actually there is increasing tourism from Israel in Limassol because it's very close. So till now, there is no
okay. So dialogue is one of the keys. Dialogue, right?
Yes, dialogue, dialogue and coexistence.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Klemmen. We are here in your beautiful city of Krakow. May I ask you to take a moment to explain us a little bit your current situation? Of course, we all know of the history, but can you speak to us a bit more about the current situation here in Krakow?
So in Krakow, first of all, I welcome you very warmly here in Krakow, and I'm very happy that that conference is happening in Krakow. And I think it is again and again very important to speak about the hate speech. Because what was spoken after 7th October it's changing. So we in Krakow, we have a very rich heritage. We have very rich also dialogue. We have also citizens politics, Open Krakow. Of course, Open Krakow, this is the program for our city politics, which is on which we base when we speak and when we create programs to integrate people from many nations, also Jewish people. As you probably know, in Krakow, we have 300 to 600 Jewish people in Krakow. One organization told that there is 1,000 people. And we done a lot before. So we, as a city, we cooperate with the non-governmental organization. It is the Children's Association, is Pushke Foundation. It is, of course, GCC Krakow. It's really great, and this association do a lot of really great things. Also the Museum Galicia. So through the culture, we try to build dialogue. But we always, in Krakow, when we speak about how to integrate, how to be against the hate speech, we integrate all of the citizens. And in our schools, from many years, we have programs where we give some trainings for children. Also, we have many study visits from between Krakow and different cities in Europe. And I think almost every month I'm meeting with the youth from abroad, and they get here to also to know the Auschwitz and also the Krakow history, Jewish history. And I think because of that, because of the knowing of the history or knowing the culture, and because of many NGO organizations in Krakow and in Poland, we have very great dialogue. But yes, that for sure, after 7th of October, it's changing a little bit. But we don't have any official struggles. Because what I know from the NGO organization that there are some people who, some Israelis who visit Krakow, and unfortunately they get some violence. Mostly it is hate speech. And it is very often connected with the nationality and also, for example, with the gender, right, and LGBT. So it is here connected. Also in schools, when we speak about youngers, in Poland, it is something like we have refugees from Ukraine. And also we have some Ormian children, and these children, they have some hate speech connected with the anti-Semitism.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm happy to hear that although it's a small number, you have excellent relationships with the Jewish community. It's good to hear. Regarding the hate speech, which you just mentioned, may I ask you, Mr. Jung, I know that in Germany there's very strong regulations that have been made possible recently. Mr. Jung, can you tell us a bit more about how hate speech is being treated in Germany?
Well, it's a problem too. In social network, you know, yes, and social media. But things developed. For example, this slogan, "From the river to the sea," it's forbidden to have this slogan on your jacket, to sing it loud. And the state has the task to get into this directly into this confrontation.
Right, but that's exactly why I asked
yeah.
you the question, because I know that Germany was one of the first countries that mentioned this, from the river to the sea, which is a slogan meaning all the Jews in the sea and no place for the Jews in the land of Israel. So, and
they try to control Facebook or something else, or TikTok or something else. But it's a huge task, you see.
Thank you very much. Ms. Emmerling, may I ask you to tell some more about the challenges that you have encountered, because you have about 2 million, if I'm not mistaken, citizens in your city, in Vienna. Can you tell us a little bit more about reforms that have been put in place in combating anti-Semitism?
So thank you for the invitation and for having me here. It's a pleasure to talk about Vienna. Vienna is a really big city in Europe, and it's also a diverse city, but we have a lot of challenges due to our population that we have, and especially the incidents in anti-Semitism incidents have raised rapidly from October 7 on. So we have an increase of around 150% in all Austria, not only Vienna, but we can say that the most of all incidents, or many are in Vienna. So for the schools, that's a big challenge and obstacles that occur. And this is why we immediately after October 7th, we tried to support the teachers in schools, to give them materials for their lessons, and to talk with the students about the current situation and the attack that has occurred. I think this was good that we made this so quickly, but as you see in the numbers, there is a really big problem we have. Combating anti-Semitism is part of the educational plan in Austria since many years. So all of the students learn about the topic. They visit concentration camps, for example, when they are 12 or 13. So all of them should do it, and we have a really strong remembrance culture in Austria. But due to the numbers that we have, we saw that we have to do much more. And as I mentioned before, it's the share of population that brings us to this situation. And we have many projects that go in schools to talk about our common values, about facing violence in schools. And they make a really good job, and they can reach more, thousands of children. But as you said before, much is happening in social media accounts, hate speech, and so on. And so it is very difficult to face this as politics, of course.
Yes.
Maybe just one very special project that I would like to mention is that we have influencers. So we work with them together, and we have always a duo that is very contrary to each other. For example, an imam and a rabbi that are coming to schools, and they are role models and show the pupils that they work together, that they can talk to each other, and that we are all should live together in freedom.
Yes, absolutely. And as Ruth Wasserman said in the earlier panel, that education is very broad. It's not just a class. And it's nice to hear such initiatives. Ms. Wettergren, how is Malmo doing in that point of view? Is there also a influencer rabbi or an influencer imam, or are there any other initiatives you can share?
Yeah, I mean, we do cooperate with the US Association in Malmö, and they actually had a great cooperation with an imam, and it was called Amanah. But unfortunately, the imam has become really radicalized. Nowadays, he has his own pod where he is like through both anti-Semitism and misogyne things. So that collaboration is paused for the moment. And we do have another project with, there's a priest, an imam and a rabbi who is visiting schools, and that kids for age 11 can visit, the religious centers. So we are actually, we're definitely working on I would say several levels. But I think what happened after October 7 is that there's a lot of kids suffering on both sides. They're emotionally involved, and both sides have friends, relatives being killed, and of course that affects the kids. And so we are spending quite a lot of time to actually also to try to heal them, but also that, for me personally, it's like the pupils in Malmö, they have to be safe in their schools. That's my responsibility to make sure that they are that, and regardless if they are Jews or Palestinians, they really have to be safe at school.
So you do your best to not import the conflict into your schools. That's your message.
We're doing our best, but I would say that the conflict is there, and we see large protests every Sunday, especially for pro-Palestine protests. It's the situation has. I would lie if I said it has been easy, because it hasn't. It has been quite difficult, but we are really putting resources into it, and we are not giving up, and we are cooperating closely with the US Association and also other religious leaders to try to find a path away from this.
Okay. Mr. Jung, is there enough political will to address anti-Semitism also in schools, or do people prefer to look away? Because there's a real problem with education. Do you think that people are not afraid to address this?
Yes, I think the common sense is okay, but the most important thing is people have to meet people.
Right.
It's exchange. You see, we have a sister city in Israel. It's Herzliya, and there's a very active exchange in youth, in sports, in cultural things, in investigation of former historical happened things. So I think the best thing is to bring together people, and maybe I have to add one point. We have a visitors program of former Jewish people of my city. You have to know Leipzig was one of the biggest, has had one of the biggest Jewish communities before the Second World War. And now the third generation is coming to Leipzig, and we go with them to schools, to classes, to speak about history, to speak about the biographic stories. Right. For example, there was one, the grandma was born in Leipzig now, and she went to Israel, and then she went to Australia, for example, and to tell the stories of the families. Right. To bring together. I think we have to do that, to bring people together. I think that's one of the most important things.
Very important message. Ms. Emmerling, may I ask you, because time is running out, I see, we have still a couple of minutes left, and I have a few other subjects I would like to discuss. In Vienna, how is the future for the youth, in your opinion? Is the future bright? Do you have a positive message for us?
I'm positive. I'm always positive, of course. And I think with all the measures we set, we go to a brighter future, of course. But as I mentioned, the situation and the challenge is really, really big. And we have to give all our effort in a good living together. Right. And this is why we in Vienna, we are right now discussing about our common values and how do we want to live together? What is important for all of us? How can we live in peace together? And this is something that we also make with the pupils and the students. And so therefore, I hope it's gonna be better. One point I want to mention is that right now we have also many other challenges in the school. So we have a lack of teachers. We have mental health problems from the pupils. So many obstacles. that are all here at the same time. And this doesn't make anything better, of course, but I hope we will get out of this situation.
Absolutely. All right. Since we have heard so many interesting stories from those wonderful panelists, I think it would be nice for a couple of minutes to do some questions. Is there anybody here that would like to ask a question to one of the guests, to one of the panelists? I don't have a microphone to go into. Alex, will you?
Any questions? Anyone with a hand up? Any questions for the panelists? After all that, Ralph, I think we're okay.
That means that it was very clear. No, there's one question over there.
There is one question, sorry. That is, I'm having a look at the name tag. Johnny Moses from the United Kingdom.
Hi, thank you for a really great panel. A question for the panelists. It sounds like you were doing a fantastic job with trying to combat anti-Semitism. One of the things that I think many of you mentioned was Holocaust education and visits to concentration camps, which is obviously so important. One of the things that we're seeing is the recontextualization of what happened in the Holocaust and then sometimes being falsely applied to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Are you taking steps to address and look at tackling that way of how it's being falsely contextualized, especially at such a young age, to kind of help the younger generation before they even get to a university level, when they're more at risk of being radicalized, but how to kind of sow those seeds of being able to navigate myths and false narratives? Thank you.
That's a very good question. Who would like to answer this question?
Maybe I try, because in Poland it is very important to know the history, and that for sure what is working here in Poland is the same what you said, that we have still connection with people whose grandmothers live here and bring them together. Also, but I think the most challenging is the exactly that we need to do more fact checking and to more discuss about the problem openly. I think what is happening now in Poland, also in Krakow, unfortunately, it is that we a little bit avoid this issue, what is going on now in Israel and Gaza, and what is exactly the consequence of that. Because you have to know that for sure young people they get radicalized. Also, let's say the good ones, if I can say it like this, who are open and who are multicultural and so on and so on. And what happening in Krakow, it was the students, they wrote on the wall that the Jewish state doesn't exist and deny the existing of Jewish state. So, and it is really dangerous, yes, because, okay, we can speak about who is right in that war, or who not. But we cannot go so deeply and so brutal, yes, because this is denial of the history exactly. And for me, it was really I think it is really dangerous, but somehow I think we still don't know how to touch it, how to speak about this, to not make that that conflict also in our society. For me, example, I don't have the now the idea, but for sure we cannot go just pass away it. Yes, and especially because for me maybe it wasn't be for me. I wasn't surprised if that sign do some very right people, but that do also people do the students who are more left-oriented. What is happening now? It is that in this especially topics that we have that both sides are radicalized. And it is also because what is happening in the public discourse, in the also in internet, that we need to give very strong, very brutal communicate to someone will listen us, someone will take our opinion. Yes, and I think it is. Few things are connected.
You're right. It's a very, very important point. You also want to add something?
Yes, I would like to say that we need an environment where constructive dialogue and cooperation can flourish, to honor the past, and we must commit ourselves that future embraces and peace, prioritizes understanding, coexistence, and acknowledges that the right of every community to live without terrorism, fear, or violence. I think this is the most important thing.
Thank you very much for that.